is we'll be patient through the day, and if we lose someone along the way, we'll hang in there with you. But we need to get started. So I want to welcome everyone to our January 6th, 2021 Utah State Board of Education board meeting. We've got 7 new board members that we want to welcome, and we want to welcome all those that are participating today, and thank those in advance that have helped us prepare for this meeting. I know it's not as good as a face-to-face meeting, but we've been enduring this through a good part of last year, and requires some patience and a lot of good tech support, and I think we have plenty of that. So before we get started, I'm going to do a roll call. I'll just holler out aye, and then that's a good way to test too, to make sure that your microphone's working. So Vice Chair Belknap.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Member Booth.
Good morning.
Member Cannon.
Happy New Year. I'm here.
Member Klein.
I'm here.
Vice Chair Davis.
Good morning. Here.
Member Earl.
Good morning.
Member Hanson.
Greetings. Good morning.
Member Hart.
Aye.
Member Himes.
I'm guessing you're looking at Hymas and here.
Hymas, sorry. I don't know why I did that. I've got it. I'm bad already. Hymas.
You're good.
Thank you.
Yep, here.
Sorry, Hymas. Member Lear.
I'm here.
Member Moss.
I'm here.
Member Norton.
Hello, everyone.
Member Straight.
Yes, hello.
And Member Huntsman's present. So we have everyone here. Before we get into this meeting, I have to read this statement. It goes like this. As authorized by Utah Code 52-4, this meeting is being held electronically without an anchor location to reduce the risk of health and safety from COVID-19 by limiting the frequency of in-person meetings. Okay. Now we're getting to a exciting part of our agenda where our new board members and some that have been reelected are going to get sworn in, and this is a little odd because normally it's fun to have family and everyone standing in pictures, and we don't have that opportunity today, but it is important that you get sworn in and start your duty here. So we're going to start off with Matt Hymas, and I believe Lorraine, you sent out the oath of office and so that they could track that if we get hung up.
Yes.
But I will go pretty slow in just a few words and breaks to make sure that that we go through this. Normally we have you standing up and you raise your hand, but we might lose you when you stand up. So we'll get started this way. So Matt, we'll go with you first. So are you ready?
Yeah, would you like me to stand?
No, I think you decide what you want to do, but I believe people want to raise their right hand on this, and then if you'll repeat after me. You ready?
Absolutely. Here we go.
Okay. I, then state your name.
I, Matthew Hymas,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend. Sorry.
that I will support, obey,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge
and that I will discharge
the duties of my office with fidelity.
the duties of my office with fidelity.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas. Next, we'll go to Board Member Straight. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Brent J. Strait,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge
and that I will discharge
the duties of my office with fidelity.
the duties of my office with fidelity.
Thank you, Board Member Straight.
Thank you.
Board Member Lear,
Yes, sir.
you ready?
I am.
Okay. I state your name.
Hang on a sec. I'm trying to actually show you that I'm doing this right. There we go.
Okay.
I, Carol Barlow Lear,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon.
Yes, sir. I am unmuted.
Okay, very good. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Janet A. Cannon,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Welcome back. Next, we'll have Molly. Are you ready?
Sure am.
Okay. I state my name.
I'm Molly Hart.
Sorry. That was bad.
That's You're all good.
Okay. I state your name.
I, Molly Hart,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duty
and I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Very good. Welcome, Board Member.
Thank you.
Natalie Klein, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right, here we go. I state your name.
I, Natalie Klein,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Thank you, Board Member Klein. Next, we'll have James Moss. Are you ready, Jim?
Ready.
Okay. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, James R. Moss. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I
I,
state your
James R. Moss.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Thank you. Welcome, Board Member Mons.
Thank you.
Randy Booth, you're next. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, please repeat. I state your name.
I, Randall W. Booth,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Thank you, and welcome, Board Member Booth.
Thank you.
Kristen Norton, you're next. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay. Well, repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kristen Norton,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties
and that I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Okay, thank you and welcome, Board Member Norton. Lorraine, I think that I get everyone on our list here.
Yes, I believe you did.
Okay, thank you. We'll have opportunity at the end of the board meeting if you want to comment on this wonderful day. It's again, I apologize for the circumstance that we're in. It's a very sacred part of my, I guess my duties and responsibilities is when I've been elected or when I've given this oath, and there's a lot of weight to supporting Utah's public education and also this that's within this oath. So thank you for your willingness to serve. Okay. Moving right through the agenda. Is Brittany with us? Brittany?
Yes.
Are you with us? Does your mic, your mic off?
Here. She's
Can you
here.
hear me?
I see that she's on. Okay. Well, welcome to our meeting. Next on the agenda is I want to recognize an outstanding outgoing board member, Brittany Cummins. I have a little write-up on here I'd like to read. Brittany Cummins, District 6, was first elected to the board in November 2014. Her time with the board has been nothing short of monumental. Brittany has brought with her tenacity and level head that is hard to find, let alone her ability to navigate difficult waters with a grace and a calm that few, if any, can match. Her steady hand at the helm of leadership has brought the board through many important accomplishments, all while taking any hurdles in her stride. She has dug into deep and complex issues with excitement, including the recent funding study, the board strategic plan, navigating several difficult audits, and so much more. Her ability to be ready for anything on the fly is going to be greatly missed, but more importantly, her impact will be long felt and noticed. In her time as on the board, she has or she was board vice chair since 2017. On the Standards and Assessment Committee, 2015 through 2016. On the Finance Committee, 2017. On the Licensing Committee, 2018 through 2020. And on the Audit Committee since 2017, chairing the committee 2019 and through 2020. She also chaired the Accountability Task Force in 2015 through 16. Was a member of the Licensing Task Force 2016 through 2017. Was a member of the Computer Science Task Force in 2018. Was a member of the Eliminating Barriers Task Force 2018. Chaired the UPAC Process Review Task Force 2019, and was a member of the English Learners Task Force 2019. If that wasn't enough, Brittany also represented the board on the Utah Commission on Civic and Character Education 2015 through 2016. ULEAD Steering Committee 2018 through 2020, and USBE IT Governance Council 2018 through 2020. As a board, we have truly had the honor and privilege of serving with a giant among men and women. We thank her family for the support as she worked to make remarkable differences in the lives of so many students in Utah. Brittany, we thank you for your service. Although your new adventure will be our loss, the newly elected Governor Cox was right to make you the state's gain. Congratulations and good luck, and we're looking forward to working with you in the governor's office. So thank you. Brittany, do you have any words? We know you're busy, and we're going to be missing an important meeting today because the governor's got some education stuff going on today, and we have our board meeting. So please excuse us. But do you have a few words for us, Brittany?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a lot of words other than thank you. I miss you all already. It has been a great opportunity to serve on the State Board of Education. I have learned so much from all of you across the state, on the board, the amazing people who work at USB. Education is a beautiful thing, and Utah is a beautiful place to educate students. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with you all as we continue forward with this. So just thank you very much.
Thank you, Brittany. And you've heard me say this before, these aren't goodbyes, these are see you laters. And so we look forward to working together and bringing good betterments for Utah's public education. So thank you. And please excuse us from your big reveal today. So we'll catch up.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, we have a board member message, and the message will be given by Vice Chair Belknap. Are you ready, Laura?
I believe we still have board member Newell, sir.
Hold it, help me out.
I have board member Newell on the camera. I think we're on to board member message.
Yeah, isn't that where I went?
Yeah, no, you are correct.
Okay, all right. I'm sitting there going, okay, where's my agenda? What did I mess up here? So, okay, board member message, Vice Chair Belknap. Are you ready?
Thank you, Chair. I actually this week, my grandson, who lives with us for a little while, came home from school, and he came home with these sticks with little smiley faces on them and said, "These are my rewards for if I'm kind. And when we're eating dinner, you have to give me one if I'm being polite. And if I'm not being polite, you have to take one back." And that triggered a message that I'd given a long time ago on taking a second look at things and taking time to evaluate maybe where we're coming from, but also give opportunity to look at others and where they may be coming from in a process. So I just thought I would start with this. And Jeff, if you just go to the first slide, what I want to do is just have you look at this logo and just think about what is it, what do you see that's interesting about this logo? And we're not going to take time to answer those. So next. So you can see some of the interesting things. Jeff, did that run? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Amazon, not only is the word Amazon, but they also cover you from A to Z. So that's kind of interesting. Next. Okay, this is the London Symphony Orchestra. I'm just wondering if you see it, what's happening here. Next. If you'll notice, it's an L, an S, and an O. But if you even look a little closer, it's also a stick figure of someone with a baton leading the orchestra. So it's kind of in backwards. So logos can be interesting taking a second look. Next. Okay, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this one before. Next. You notice how the B and R have 31 flavors because Baskin-Robbins, that was their famous logo when they first began. Okay, this next one is the Bronx Zoo. I think it's kind of cool that they have a bird flying on the on the giraffe's chest there, but that's not the interesting piece of the Bronx Zoo. Next. You'll notice it has the New York skyline right in between their legs. So I think that's kind of interesting. Okay, and then Hope for African Children Initiative. Next. Okay, if you look at this, all I saw was the country of Africa. I didn't see the children's faces at first. And some people see the children's faces, but just sometimes taking a second look, you're going to see something different than you saw and or heard the first time. Okay, FedEx, what's interesting here? Next, Jeff. Thank you. You'll notice between the E and the X, there's an arrow that has it carrying over. Okay, somebody, wait just a minute, someone's mic is on. I think it might be you, Sean. I think your mic might be on. Thank you. All right, Pinterest is a company that they pin things to the up and that's what it was called. So next, Jeff, on this one. They've made their P look like a tack that tacks things up on a wall. Thought that was really interesting. Okay, here's the Pittsburgh Zoo. And why is this different? And why we should take a second look at this. Next. If you'll notice, see that the animals in there. Thank you, Jeff. Next. And here's Toblerone. I think we should all have this to eat today. But let's see what's interesting. Oh, sorry, Jeff, that went right. If you look at the mountain, it has that bear right inside the mountain. That is the red bear standing next to it now. Okay. All right, the kisses, I find this one to be very interesting. It took me a long time, so I'm going to give you a minute to figure out what is really unique and different about this logo of Hershey's Kisses. Seriously, can I just tell you, I didn't get it. I had to look and figure out why it made it interesting. Next, Jeff. It has a Hershey's Kiss between the K and the I. And so maybe that took a second and third look and to have that work. Next. Here's Tostitos, and this one, you may have seen this one before. Jeff, is it running? If you'll notice there, if you'll see there, there's two people eating chips and salsa in the name of the logo. I love these. Okay, next. Okay, Tour de France. What is interesting here? Let's see, Jeff. If you'll notice that it's a bicycle with a rider inside of the logo. So if you don't take a second look, sometimes you're going to miss things. Next. Wendy's was started as a family-oriented restaurant, I guess, it's fast food restaurant. And they added something very interesting here. I'll call him Dave. Dave added something interesting here. Let's see what it is. He had the girl's necklace say the word mom on it. So Wendy's necklace has the word mom. You can see it in green now. All right, next. A logo from in our own state. I find this very unique and interesting. And so let's see if we can take a second look here as what makes it interesting. Jeff, you need to run that, please. It literally, the first U is in the shape of the state of Utah. So I so appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, our board work is full of looking at things and talking about different things and discussions and deliberations. We may spend a long time on some things and shorter on others, but we have to be willing to look at items differently. We have to learn to listen to those who think differently than we do and take the opportunity to voice our opinions. But the important thing is discussions are important, viewpoints are important, concerns are important, but nothing is more important than civility inside of our board, that we are civil and kind with each other, even when we don't agree with each other. I would today like to, because it's my board member message, I'd like to take a minute and offer a prayer as we begin this new year with all of us. So I'm going to say a prayer. Thank you. My eternal Father in heaven, we bow this day and pray that thou would bless us as we work as a board. We pray for good discussions, civility, and kindness. We pray for our country. We pray for our politicians. We pray for those who lead and should be leading us. We pray, Heavenly Father, for the staff of our board. We pray for their ability to express and ability to support us as we move the work of the children of this state forward. We pray for the teachers in the schools. We pray for the staff in the schools. We pray for the parents of our sweet children in this state, that they will have the ability to love and guide their children and those around them in their neighborhoods. We especially this day pray for the children of this state. We pray that they will have enough food, that they won't be hungry. We pray, Father in heaven, that we can support education and not be a hindrance to the growth of these children for their futures. And ask that thou would bless us this day in our work. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. Next, we're going to go to our employee recognition. We'll first have our HR director, Michelle Watts, introduce our new employees, and following those introductions, then I'll invite the state superintendent, Dixon, to introduce our employee of the month. So Michelle Watts.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jeff, do you have the slideshow?
I do not currently have the slideshow.
And I can't screen share. I'm disabled from screen sharing.
Jeff, I'm gonna forward that to you.
Maybe while that's coming together, Dr. Dixon, do you want to introduce would you, we can be patient here, but if it takes a minute, whatever you want to do, Superintendent.
I'm happy to, but I'm also disabled on screen share. It looks like we're ready to go with new hires.
Looks like it is. Okay, thank you. Please continue, Michelle.
Okay, so our new hires.
Yeah.
I'm Michelle Watts, HR Director for the Utah State Board of Education, and these are the new hires for November and December up until this week. So go ahead, Jeff, next slide. Julie Clark is a K-3 literacy specialist from Ogden and previously worked in the Weber School District as an instructional reading coach. Next slide. Next slide. Rachel Rout, business and marketing specialist from Orem, Utah. Previously worked at Mountain View High School, Alpine School District, business marketing educator. Next slide. Elna Shelley, program specialist, CTE from Murray. She previously worked at Utah Food Services as a sales and account manager. Next. Austin Wall, new financial analyst 2 from Germany, and previously worked for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in HR services. Next slide. Sydney Tesh, executive secretary for STEM and Teaching and Learning from Ogden, Utah, and previously worked at Northwestern Mutual as a director of client direction. Next slide. Kendra Muir, school nursing and wellness specialist from Berta, Utah, and previously worked at Tooele County Health Department, Tooele School District. Welcome all of our new employees, and hope that you've had a warm welcome at Utah State Board of Education.
Michelle, I think we may have skipped one slide, one of our employees, because there was a delay. So did we cover Janice Watcott?
No, I think there was a delay. I apologize. Janice Watcott, Office Specialist 2 from Colorado, University of Utah Athletics, Executive Secretary for the football office. So I apologize, didn't see that one. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Jeff, for sharing the screen. So I'm really excited to introduce our Employee of the Month to you. I apologize, my furnace just kicked on, so hopefully you can hear me. For the new board, sake of the new board members, just a little background on how we choose Employee of the Month. They are nominated by their peers. We have an Employee Action Committee, and this committee works on Employee of the Month. They work on ways to build morale and camaraderie amongst the staff. They put activities on quarterly and meet monthly to discuss issues, and they bring those issues to us. And just a great committee led currently by Jonathan Collins, and we appreciate their work. So they bring a name forward, and our Employee of the Month, we give them a few trinkets. They get a special water bottle like one that you will receive if you haven't done so. We give them a nice certificate that's suitable for framing. They would get a parking pass that none of us are allowed to park in, but Employee of the Month. And we give them 8 hours of administrative leave. So I wish we could give them more, but at least these are tokens of our appreciation. And they are featured on our online screens in the office and a little plaque at the front desk as well. So anybody that walks in the building knows who our Employee of the Month is. And this month we are honoring a veteran employee, Becky Peters. Becky is well known throughout the office for going about her work very quietly. She is a lot of fun, but she is being nominated for a few specific things that she's done, but I think anybody would be willing to nominate her for just being known as always being willing to pitch in and help. When we left the building, there were a lot of things that needed to be done, and of course we were taking that opportunity to accelerate some of the projects that we had in place of carpet and and trying to reconfigure some of our cubicles, etc. And Becky was the first to just jump in and see what she could do to help. We also became a warehouse for PPE for our the protective wear for our teachers and for testing materials and a variety of things. And Becky was one of the first to volunteer to come and help Sarah Young and other members of our staff to help organize and get that out to our schools. So she's just one that's always willing to raise her hand, do whatever it takes, and is known as the consummate professional. So congratulations to Becky Peters. Thank you.
Well, and thank you. We welcome the new board members, and especially I'm excited about the recognition for your Employee of the Month. And so thank you, Director Watts and Superintendent. This is important. Usually we get to see their faces and smiling, and we give them a little applause at the end. But here we are. We're doing it virtually. So thanks. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have our education highlight. We have Dr. Estrada, I believe, is taking point on this.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman and board members, Superintendent Dixon. My congratulations to Becky Peters. I'm the specialist in Title III federal programs, which focuses on work with LEAs related to multilingual learners and refugees and immigrant students. So based on the data for 2020, we have these wonderful recognition awards. Previously, we did elementary schools, and now, close to my heart, we're doing high schools. The high school award is about closing the opportunity gap, which actually means there are high schools in our state that have provided the equitable access and opportunities for multilingual learners to achieve advanced coursework for career and college readiness. So they're eliminating the gap between English-only students. So we have 7 LEAs, 8 high schools of excellence, and 3 exemplary high schools. So I'm going to actually read the criteria for the high schools of excellence. The enrollment is 800 plus students, 25 to 50% economically disadvantaged, 10 to 15% of their student population are students learning English or multilingual learners, and 25 to 45% making annual growth goals. Achieving the advanced coursework is at least 1/3 or 50% of those students. So these are the high schools of excellence. Alpine, Mountain View High School. Salt Lake, West High. Provo, Provo High School. Ogden, Ben Lomond High School. Canyons, Hillcrest High School. Jordan, West Jordan High School. Granite has 2 high schools, Kearns and Cypress. The Utah Exemplary High Schools, and I'll read the criteria first and then announce them. The criteria is 1,500 students or more. And if you've ever been in a high school, 1,500 students to 3,000 is a lot of students. In these high schools, 50% of those students are economically disadvantaged. 15 or more % of those students are multilingual learners, learning English. 35 to 50% have made their individualized annual growth goal, and 50 to 80% have actually achieved advanced coursework for career and college readiness. Those 3 exemplary high schools are Salt Lake City, East High School. They have closed the opportunity gap by 13%. Granite has 2 exemplary high schools, Hunter and Granger. Granger actually has an enrollment from last year of over 3,000 students, with 69% economically disadvantaged, and 25% of those students are actually multilingual learners. So this is a great honor and a privilege. The superintendents received a wonderful letter from the state superintendent, Dr. Dixon, and the enthusiasm across the state in these really challenging times for the principals and faculties, are really impressive. And I actually invited Superintendent Bates to just say a word or two, because Granite has 4 high schools, 2 for excellence and 2 exemplary high schools. So, Chair Huntsman, if you could actually see if Superintendent Bates is on our list.
Yeah, is Superintendent Bates available?
I am here.
Okay. Would you like to share a few moments, some comments here for?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to address the board on behalf of Granite Schools, but also representing perhaps some of these other districts as well. Christelle talked about the opportunity gap and closing the opportunity gap. That's not something that happens because a superintendent waves a hand and directs it to occur. It happens because there are great people, caring people on the ground in the classrooms who are dedicated to children, and are believers that all children can learn regardless of their backgrounds. And so on behalf of those people, I could not be more honored to represent them. Just on a side note, if my recollection is accurate, board member Carol Lear taught at Kearns High School at one time. And I'm sure the foundation she laid there is really what's behind what's going on here today. But thank you all for the recognition and for the opportunity that I have to take this back to our folks and tell them that they've been recognized and are so appreciated.
Well, thank you, Superintendent. We appreciate all the effort and work that's happening on behalf of our students, and it's tough to recognize all the many accomplishments that happen in a state, especially during these challenging times. But you guys are relevant and important and essential. So if you just pass our appreciation on, we'd appreciate it. Dr. Estrada, do you have anything else that you want to add?
No, other than the fact that this is really a momentous experience in relationship to what in the nation everyone is trying to do, is to really identify equitable access based on, challenging conditions. So I'm a big fan of Superintendent Bates and the work that they're doing in Granite, as well as throughout the state, with kudos to Canyons and Ogden and West Jordan. So thank you so much, Superintendent Bates and Chair Huntsman and board members and Dr. Dixon. We thank you very much for your support.
Okay, thank you. And I know there's much work still to be done, so thanks again. Moving on our agenda here, we're to the public comment section. We have quite a few public comments. We have Lorraine. We've got 2 minutes on the comments, and so she'll chime in when we hit that mark. So appreciate you watching the clock here. We'll start off with Russell Stevenson with John Arthur on deck.
Chair Huntsman, this is Lorraine. Before we start, there's a little bit of change to the list. Okay.
Well, I thought we had an update.
Yeah, there's a couple you don't know. David Mortensen and Carolyn Charette have asked to be taken off the list.
Okay.
And then we have our 3 former board members here to give comment as well. Sean Newell, Jennifer Gravitt, and Lorianne Thorpe.
Well, okay, we'll go to our previous board members last. Let's go with Russell first. And then just make sure I get through these, okay, Lorraine? So Russell Stevenson.
It looks like he's not on right now. We are a little early, but yeah, I don't see his name.
Well, let's go to our previous board members. Jenny Gravitt, are you available to come on?
Just 1 second. I'm in a class, but I think I'm ready, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and start.
Yes, please.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair Huntsman, Superintendent Dixon, and state board members for allowing public comment today. Happy New Year to you all. My name is Jenny Gravitt, and I'm a junior high English teacher. First of all, I want to thank you for all the hard work you put in on behalf of education, your time, your thought, your study, and your heart. In particular, thank you for your commitment to equity, to honoring your mission statement of creating equitable conditions for student success. That is what I want to comment on today, creating equitable conditions for student success. On your agenda, you will be voting on a resolution against racism and in support of equity. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution, and I thank Board Member Hansen for his diligent work on this. This resolution aligns with the mission, but not only that, it aligns with real human beings, real students who crave leadership, education, safety, and equitable treatment. I want you to listen to some data from 2018 and 2019. 36% of students of color scored an 18 or higher on the ACT, compared with 70.4% of white students. 28% of our students of color were reading on grade level by third grade, compared with 53.4% of our white students. While the RISE data showed an over 50% proficiency rate for our white students, students of color were only 28% proficiency rates in math, science, and language arts. Now, unless you believe that some students are less capable of learning, which I do not believe, and I cannot believe any of you subscribe to that, then you can't ignore this data. We can do better, we have to do better. And so in passing this resolution, I also would implore you to amend it in a way that would bolster it beyond the status quo. Perhaps consider adding a Be It Resolved section that recommends that all Utah schools begin a reflection and internal examination of their own policies and practices. And to dovetail that, I would ask that you include a Be It Resolved section that directs USBE staff to provide support to districts and charters for this reflection and internal examination. The mission of creating equitable conditions for all students has a real chance to be more than words. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great meeting. Welcome new board members, and enjoy the rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, is Lorianne Thorpe available?
I am.
Okay. The mic is yours.
Thank you. I would like to second what Jennifer talked about. I would like to encourage the board to consider adopting the resolution that will be before you today. I think we just saw an incredible example of what can happen in schools when we focus on equity and access. And I'm very much in support of this resolution and agree with Jennifer that I think it could use some bolstering as far as what schools can and can do to focus on denouncing racism and embracing equity. So thank you for your consideration, and it's nice to see you all.
Okay, thank you. As the Sean Newell, good to see you. I believe you're on the list to speak.
Good morning, and welcome all the new board members. I want to take a different angle and just bring some, try to invoke some thought here. I am in favor of the resolution and supporting it, and I hope that the board chooses to move forward. But I wanted to just get your mind and your mental juices flowing, just for a little while. To fully understand equity and how it is essential for our educational institutions, we must first be willing to understand what, where, and how inequities within a system exist. We must understand history and how systems have skimmed the surface of correction and awareness of the disparate impacts experienced by many of the students, staff, and administrators that currently seek acceptance and inclusion in spaces that do not consider their individual milieus. What we want to discuss are the rules and policies that disrupt the cyclical inequities within systems that exist based on fears. Trying to craft the safest words and circling around scary topics will not move our educational system forward. To do this, our systems of education must relinquish biases and ideologies that are not innate, but becoming barriers to not only the education of our young people, but to the extended education of those charged with educating. The necessity of our young people, staff, and administrators to know what they are not, that they are not only safe, but that they are welcomed, but also that they are valued. And this is one of the most critical elements of an equitable environment. Our students, teachers, staff, and administrators can only be their best when there is a meritocratic system in place that allows them the ability to contribute and grow as equals to all. Our country has a long and vast history that includes some atrocities that, as a country, we are still reticent to acknowledge or consider when we are in the thralls of educating our students and ourselves. You know, if we refrain from allowing our system to deliver equitable historical content to our students, we are nurturing further misunderstanding. As leaders, we are all in this great place where we have a wonderful opportunity to shift the prevailing narratives of exclusion and disregard and move toward bridging and understanding so that our society will grow. And we as people and as a nation will all be able to prosper in productivity and union. The skills and knowledge to make it in this world include one of the most critical ingredients to formidable change. And some of these ingredients include empathy, understanding, knowing, and honest collaboration. These are necessary in addressing any gaps where inequities may exist. We are charged with being leaders of change. Let me close by saying, don't be afraid to face the fear of change. This can be done. Be brave and resilient by being willing to do the hard work and the uncomfortable work of being leaders. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
And thank you, Shamil. Okay, next is Russell Stevenson ready to come on? Lorraine, do you see Russell?
I don't see his name.
Okay. John Arthur, that Access member. Is John here?
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair Huntsman. All right. My name is John Arthur. I'm a proud member of the Access Committee, 2021 Utah Teacher of the Year, and I'd like to share a quick story with you. Last year, I was out at recess when I saw a boy slap his friend, a young Asian student, hard across the face. I ran over and I asked, "Why did you just slap him?" The boy laughed and said, "It's okay, Captain. We're just playing a game." I said, "I can see your handprint on his cheek. What game is this?" He said, "I'm just slapping the coronavirus off him so we don't get sick." Later today, you'll be considering a resolution intended to support children just like this, experiencing racism and xenophobia in Utah schools. The question is, what kind of support do these specific kids need most? In our original memo to the board, the Access Committee wrote, "We must strive to intentionally engage in anti-racist practices to ensure students feel safe and welcomed at school." Similarly, in the recently released Utah Compact on Racial Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, signed by the governor, legislators, and local leaders, it states, "Unraveling centuries of internalized and systemic racism requires bold anti-racist actions and policies right now." Anti-racist policies, practices, and actions. Those are the supports our students need in school. And as an advisor to this board, I urge you to include a statement promoting anti-racist practices in Utah schools in the resolution today. What is it to be anti-racist? Well, I'd love to speak at greater length later today about it, but right now, time is short. So simply put, the opposite of racism isn't not racist. It's anti-racist, to work in opposition to racism. Instead of teaching students about race in response to racist acts, you teach them about race to prevent racist acts. It's proactive, not reactive. On the playground with the boys, denouncing racism was talking with the kids after the fact. Anti-racist teaching stops kids from getting slapped in the face in the first place, providing a more culturally celebratory and safe learning environment for all the kids who need it most. Thank you.
And thank you. Well, we're still with Access, I believe, is the chair of Access, Rosanna Benelli Sag. Did I say that right? Rosanna, are you on?
I don't see her on yet.
Okay. Well, let's go to Heidi Matthews, UEA. Are you in?
I'm in.
There you are.
Thank you very much. I just want to begin with appreciation for all of the and gratitude for so much of your service, especially those of you who are leaving the Board of Education. And the UEA stands in full support of the resolution that you'll be considering today. I appreciate the concepts and words of John Arthur about the bold anti-racist policies and practices. The UEA also stands on a firm commitment to anti-racist policies and practices. In one of our 4 strategic pillars of our strategic goals and plans is for a deep commitment to racial justice in education and the eradication of the culture of white supremacy. So we very much look forward to working with you and support the passage of that resolution. I'd like to welcome the new board members as well, and I'd really like to spend some time, if you're agreeable, in getting to know you and again, how we can work together to fulfill our joint mission of, supporting kids and public education. UEA celebrates our continued commitment with the State Board of Education, particularly, and the Public Ed Coalition and all education stakeholders, particularly with the celebration of what occurred in the base budget in terms of education funding, and are committed to working throughout the session to continue to focus on health and safety of all of our educators and students in our schools, particularly during this pandemic. We are really hoping that all of us will come together and limit those bills for public education and just kind of put a stop sign that unless an educator is asking for it, let's just don't do it this year. And because we have so much on our plate, and I see that many of your bills that you'll be considering today and the legislative priorities that you've asked to be put forward have a lot to do with restoration of many of the cuts that occurred, with very few actual new things, and again applaud the efforts to be looking for those areas to address our student needs, particularly in this pandemic with the at-risk areas. And just in closing, I ask that you again that we can stand strong together in urging a limited number of bills this year, and again celebrating that base budget. I don't know what the legislature is going to do without us, bugging them for that 6% on the WPU when we already have it in the base budget. So, but I'm sure that UEA will find something. And again, just standing guard for any bills that siphon money, public dollars to private entities, and for new programs that haven't been sufficiently explored. And again, just looking at the needs of our educators so that they can be there for their students. So thank you all for all that you do, and again, full support of the anti-racist policies and resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Stevenson is logged on now, just reporting my presence.
Okay, well, while you're on, let's go to you next. Russell.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. My name is Russell Stevenson, and I'm here to comment on the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools. I hold a PhD in African history, and I've spent over a year in Nigeria researching American support for Nigerian higher education. I am a firm and unapologetic believer in the founding ideals of our constitutional republic. And I, with no hesitation, declare, may God shed his grace on the United States. And because of these beliefs, I am a firmly committed advocate for diversity and inclusion as fundamental components of preserving the fabric of our top quality school system. And to this end, I advocate for this resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools to more fully reflect and represent accepted Utah state standards for social studies education. Specifically, much of the language of the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity does not directly engage the experience of minoritized peoples, nor does it directly engage the issues undergirding white supremacy in American history. When we cultivate an American school system that is conducive to diversity and inclusion, we aspire to the highest ideals of our American Republic. But the resolution does not engage the realities of America's long walk to freedom, but it must. Our state standards dictate that when we teach our history, we must teach it in a way that acknowledges the experiences of people such as Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, Latina Americans, and other racial minorities. Instead, it urges people to really ignore some of the realities of racial history in the United States. It does not engage the realities that have faced many ethnic minorities in American history. And in order for us to truly believe that all histories matter and all lives matter, we must unapologetically embrace a resolution that more directly targets the teaching of these experiences. Ultimately, if we want to claim that we are empathetic teachers and instructors to our students, all of our students, then we cannot do so without acknowledging the realities of these histories. Additionally, in addition to amending the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools, I also advocate for the ACEESS committee to provide a monthly verbal report in full committee meeting so that we may more fully understand the kinds of diversity and inclusion efforts that are being undertaken in Utah schools. Presently, they are often presented in committee, and they're not really delivered for public consumption. By including this in the monthly full board meeting, then anyone attending the meeting will be able to see for themselves how diversity and inclusion efforts are being incorporated in Utah schools today.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine, do you see? I'm not seeing Kevin or Rosanna on the call.
Rosanna is on.
Oh, okay. Access Chair Rosanna, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So I can get started, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me this time to provide a statement and to also, I guess, talk about our resolution, or not resolution, our recommendations, and then also provide a statement about the resolution. I do appreciate the Utah State Board of Education addressing this issue and the recommendations that we had provided, and that, they're already going into addressing it with the resolution that they're going to create. And so I just want to say good morning to everybody. I am the chair of the Access Committee, and I also work for the Utah Division of Multicultural Affairs. And I want to recognize our exceptional committee members who have invested their time in advancing efforts throughout the state as it deals with educational equity. And we also appreciate just, the comments that have been provided in the anti-racist work that we're trying to move forward with. And so when we talk about workplace culture, the culture of our state, the culture of our school systems, and by creating this resolution, a solid resolution, it takes action on how we want all of our students to feel included and valued. And the reason why I want to make sure we are talking about students is because that's why we're here, and that's who we are representing, and that's who we are trying to make a safe space and a brave space for our students of Utah. And what we're trying to do is we are doing the best we can to advocate for our students who are historically marginalized, underrepresented, and just make sure that there is a safe space for them to be able to excel in school academically. And then just the importance of the resolution that the USBE board denouncing racism is very crucial in providing that statement, because in the current climate of the national and local discourse rooted in race relations and reconciliation, in order to eliminate racism, we must first acknowledge its existence. And I know that the Utah Compact does recognize that, which was read by Governor the previous Governor Herbert. And so we want to make sure that this we do represent that, and then that we must first acknowledge racism, and that as we're looking at Ibram Kendi's definition of racism, that it's not to call out people, but that the resolution is to call out people's behavior, and that we all have to engage in these anti-racist behaviors. And so we have to make sure that we are looking forward to how do we engage in making sure our students feel welcomed in school, and then that they feel safe as well too. So I thank you to the board for taking this courageous step to empower and support our students. But we also, as the Access Committee, want to make sure that the terminology anti-racism is included in there, and that we do recognize also the hard work that the USBE board is taking in addressing the recommendations that we have provided. So we do thank you for everyone just addressing this, because we want to make sure our students feel safe. And I also want to recognize John for his comment as well too. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine, do you see Kevin listed? I think
I
that's
do not.
I don't either. Okay, well, this will conclude our public comments section of our meeting. Thank you for the comments. Next, board members, we're going to we wear multiple hats. We're also governing board over the school for deaf and blind. We're moving to that part of our agenda. So, superintendent and
Chair Huntsman.
Yes.
This is board member Earl. Can I ask for maybe a point of information or clarification?
On our agenda?
Yes, on the agenda specifically.
Yes.
There's been reference to possible amendments or changes to the resolution. I don't believe there's public knowledge as to large changes. Is there somewhere that I'm looking under the agenda and I can't find that? Did I miss that somewhere?
I think what's coming out of committee, that'd be the only place, unless board members have something else they're going to add. That's not.
Okay.
I have no idea. As you know, when things come out, then there's opportunities for board members to amend, either add something or take something away from a particular motion. So I suspect it's coming from there. I don't have anything else on the agenda.
Okay, I was just seeking clarification, because every speaker spoke to something implied, but I'm not seeing that. So I just wanted to make a clarification to make sure I wasn't missing something. Thank you.
I'm not aware. Thank you. Okay, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, superintendent and directors, I think we're ready to go on that. We're under item 3. This is information on our budget update. So we'll invite Finance Director Carl MP. Are you ready for your presentation?
I am. Good morning and Happy New Year, and a special welcome to all the new board members. Just as Chair Huntsman said, we report to you as our governing board our financial position on a monthly basis. We present a few reports to you. The first one is a financial report, and it's a little snapshot as to our budget and our year-to-date expenditures and how we're tracking. That is now on your screen, that is just pulled up. As you can see, just a quick overview, 77% of our funds for the year come in from the state, from state taxes that they transfer over to us on a monthly basis. about 6% of our money comes in from the feds for IDEA, Child Nutrition Program, Medicaid, and we've got a small, just over $100,000 deaf-blind grant from the feds. We got dedicated credits about 2%, and then transfers come in about 16%. So year to date, for the 5 months that ended November 30th, we've received $18.4 million. And largely, again, that's mainly from transfers from the state and also from the State Office of Education. We have spent on expenditures $15.6 million. And as you can see, the largest percent of our expenses are our personnel services for employing all the educators and staff to run the organizations. So after we look at our revenues less our expenses, we had more revenues and transfers in the amount of $2.8 million. So we're financially solvent. The number of students served, if you scroll down just a little bit lower, as of the end of November, is 1,808 students. And then down at the bottom of the page there, we've got 3 funds. We've got trust land funds that we call the Land Grant Enrichment Funds. And our balance in that is just, I'm going to round up, $1.3 million. Our donated funds, the donors have donated money to the schools for the deaf and the blind, is $267,000. And then we've got an education foundation that has received donations, and our current balance in that is $1,077,000. Now that's the little snapshot. Now the report behind that is called the Budget Status Report, and it shows all the granular details to support the transfers and the expenditures, so you can have that information, and it indicates which money is federal, which is state, dedicated credits, and so forth. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on the financial report or the budget status report that any of you may have.
Okay, questions from board members regarding Director Impey's presentation so far? And this is all really important for us to have this transparency, because it's easy for the public to see what's happening within this school. So this will be every board meeting that we have, this will come before us to be able to ask questions as we see burn rates and other things happen here. So I'm not seeing any hands raised. Director Impey, do you want to please continue?
Yes, I'd like to just extend an offer to any of the board members that would like to meet with Superintendent Coleman or myself. We can take more time and go over this budget in more detail with you to make you more comfortable with the report, so you can understand what we're presenting on a monthly basis. But that's probably after you get settled in and as the year continues on. The next report is the Enrichment Fund Project report. Or I'm sorry, let's see, let me look at it. Yes. And that the Enrichment Fund is the land grant trust monies, and we present to you on an annual basis, and usually do it in about March, April timeframe, the projects that have been discussed and are being recommended to use the Land Grant Trust Enrichment Fund monies on. And we present that first to our advisory council. We have a council of volunteers that we present this information to. We have discussions with them. After they review it and give us the green light to present it to you, we've come up with this report. At the bottom, you can see that we had a total of about $1.6 million in projects that have been reviewed and approved to be spent for the year. We've spent $274,000 so far, which gives us remaining $1.3 million. Because of COVID, there's some of the projects that we've got slated for, like the international study abroad. Those aren't going to be happening because of COVID. So we don't anticipate spending all the money, but we hope to spend the majority of it before the end of the year. And then the last report is just that donated fund report of the donations to the School of the Deaf and the Blind, that just shows each of the categories in which donors have donated money. We've broken it out based on the division and where the donations were targeted for, and that totals $267,000. So that's my financial report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that may come up.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on what Director Empty has shared with us? And I'm asking my vice chairs also to scroll and watch for hands being raised, but I'm trying to stay on top of that. I'm not seeing any, and I'm sure as we get more towards year-end close and some other things that there'll be questions, Director Empey, on how we finish. So thank you. We're like halfway through the year.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next is information item, and this on Salt Lake campus space issues. Superintendent Coleman, you're going to address this.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We at the end of last year, we started having discussions with our administration at our Salt Lake campus of the Jean Massou School. And as we walked through and looked at things, we realized we're looking for ways to expand our space there a little bit for several reasons. One of those is that a lot of our students although they're still taking classes at local high schools, we're pulling them back to our campus, and they're doing much better. They're thriving better, where they had kind of a little bit been outsourced with interpreters and so forth for the deaf. And so we're serving them in a better way, but it's a good problem to have. We're running out of space, and we're teaching kids on the stage, and we're teaching them in different areas that we can find. And so I just wanted to notify the board that we're looking for some solutions to that. And our Salt Lake campus is a little bit landlocked. So we're going to be having an executive meeting a little bit later to discuss the acquisition of some real estate. And that's what that was about. So I wanted to give you a heads up on that. That's really all I think I want to say before we go into the executive meeting for the purpose of discussing real estate acquisition. And that's really all on that item right now.
Okay. Well, and it's appropriate that we do that in executive sessions. Any discussion? Board Member Lear has her hand raised.
Again, navigating a new screen today, so forgive me. Superintendent Coleman, and this is not specifically about that property discussion, but more generally, it seems like, and if this seems like a too direct kind of a comment, you can feel free to say so, but it seems like the School for the Deaf and Blind, and you know I've been a great supporter of, really appreciated getting to know the school better and the administrators, but it seems like your budget is more healthy than most education budgets. And I'm wondering why you don't use some of that money to address your needs on your Salt Lake campus.
That's a great question. And you're right. Our budget is sufficient for our needs. There have been years that we've returned money to the legislature, which shocked them. And then there's been years that we've asked for additional FTE or one-time needs, like building needs, of course. The Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and this is, I know you all probably already understand this, Board Member Lear, but for the new board members, hopefully this background will be helpful. One unique thing about us is that we do not receive any property tax money like all the other districts in the state. And so we have an additional challenge of trying to budget within legislative years and planning a year and a half ahead of time or 2 years before we actually need the money, and then executing projects after that. And so with districts that have property tax monies, they get to budget and do those things and purchase land and expand their buildings and renovate and pull in portables and other things kind of on the fly. We have sufficient for that with our carry forward each year of unspent budget money. We are allowed to budget up to 5% of our budget from the previous year for one-time costs, like a portable building here and there, or some renovations or updates, or just ongoing operations and maintenance of our campuses. When it becomes a larger ticket item that goes beyond that carry forward money each year, that's when we have to come back and say, hey, we have this need to fill. And it's always based on the exact needs of the students, which for us is pretty easy to identify, because each student at the Schools for Deaf and Blind has an IEP. And so we define exactly what professional services they need and how many teachers we need and other staff members. And so one of the other items on my superintendency report coming up today, and I think this is a perfect segue to that when we get to it, it's our annual budgeting process. I wanted to just show you a quick list of how we go through that. We disassemble the entire organization every year and zero-based budget from the ground up and put it back together with just what we need, depending on what students we anticipate are coming or going. And then what we've seen lately is a good trend, because the program has been successful. More students, well, and not just because of our program, honestly, because of the growth in certain regions also, especially the Salt Lake Valley and the southern Utah area, starting in our Springville campus. We have more students each year that are coming. And so as these needs expand, then we try to facilitate those. So back to board member Lear's question. I didn't mean to avoid that. I'm going to get right back to the direct question, which is, we have a healthy budget with some donated funds, and why can't we use those? And the answer is yes, we actually are deploying those as well. We actually made an offer on some land about a month ago, using the donated fund, some of the donated funds that we have, to try to secure that before the legislature could reimburse us. And the offer fell through. It was a little too rich, and we didn't want to make an offer that was not fiscally responsible. But we are certainly looking at deploying those as well. And the foundation holds the majority of those donated funds, and they're created to support our operations, and so they're doing that. Of course, we have a whole business case to look at where it's ongoing, maintenance and so forth. It's not just a one-time purchase, but in these cases, we're starting to look at those things, as well as there's some other specific goals of the foundation that was created a few years ago, originally when Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones was with us, and we're trying to manage a lot of those needs too. The foundation also provides things for kids that are not part of their education. For example, we supplied almost $20,000 of goods to them during the Christmas season, during the holidays, for some of our families that were the most needy, with things like clothing and that and so forth. So I hope that answered your question. I don't know if I did or not.
Close enough. Thank you very much, Superintendent.
Okay. Superintendent, I think we should move to the next item now, which is your superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. It's great to be here with you today, and I'm excited for the new board. I'm very excited. It's always fun. I remember the first day that I was sworn in on the board, and it's just such a fire hose that you're drinking from, kind of. And so good luck to you all.
Superintendent, can I interrupt you just for a sec? We've got someone that was in a previous agenda item that missed the window on public comment. We're not going back to public comment. So I'm going to ask Kevin to submit something to the Lorraine, and then we'll get that circulated amongst the board. But it looks like he was driving or something maybe and trying to get?
No, I'm not driving.
All right.
I'm at work.
But we're off the agenda item. We're into USDB's business now. So I'm sorry we couldn't get you into that time window. I don't know what the technical difficulties were. So
Phone died.
So Superintendent Coleman, will you please continue?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. The first thing I wanted to update the board on for the schools for the deaf and the blind is our efforts with COVID. Just to give you an update, so far we had a slight increase in cases, but they were outside of the school. And so to date, since March, we've probably had about 48 or 49 people that have tested positive. We have been able to keep almost all of our classes open all the time, except once in a while, like this week, we have a class that for 3 days they've moved remotely because of people that have been quarantined. I think the new standards that have been released by the state are going to be very helpful, where if students were exposed, they don't necessarily have to be quarantined if they were exposed at the school and there was mask to mask. And so that'll be good. Most of our challenges is not with our students, though. We don't tend to have a problem with that. It's the adults that are being exposed at home or outside of school. Fortunately, we have people that have now been trained on how to do the testing, and we're getting people tested back into schools after 7 days. And so that's the good news. And we're actually training more this week so that we can do it more often and cycle people back in as soon as possible. The COVID vaccine is, we've heard that near the end of the month that school staff members would be able to get that. We have already had staff members who've received it. They've gone into the their local county health department and to sign up for an appointment. And they said, hey, as long as you're here, let's do it right now. And so it was a pleasant surprise to them that they've already started their vaccination process. Unlike some of the large districts, we are not creating a unique clinic just for USDB because our employees are spread throughout the entire state. And we have about 595 employees, almost 600 employees statewide. And so it was kind of logistically, it didn't make sense. So we're going to follow the state recommendation, which was that they just individually communicate and plan things through their local county health departments for their vaccinations. And we've been trying to communicate openly with them and keep them up to speed because they read certain things in the news, then they come back and ask us, what's the scoop, what's going on? And so it's been a good dialogue. Speaking of communication, we are actually implementing a new communications program and platform that someone who was on state contract, and it's called Parent Square. And we'll still use email, of course, but instead of everyone throughout our organization doing their own thing, we're going to have one platform that has an interface and an app on the phone and everything. And this will allow parents, teachers, administration, all of us to have different groups, kind of like a Slack type program or something like that. But really, we're excited about it because it's very robust and it integrates directly with our student information system and our learning management system, which is Canvas for the older kids and Seesaw for the younger kids. And we're just pretty excited. So more to follow on that. But I wanted to let you know we're always looking for ways to improve our communication ability and transparency with the parents. I mentioned the foundation earlier, that we distributed nearly $20,000 in goods and supplies to those during the holidays who needed it. Another item, on Monday next week is scheduled our 1-year walkthrough for our new Springville campus. It's already been a year that's been open, and so we're going to have our architects and our facilities people and the contractors go down there and make sure that all of the items on the punch list are finished. It's a beautiful facility, and it's my hope that you'll be able to visit there sometime whenever it's convenient. If any of you want to drop by, it's right off of I-15 in Springville. And if you're traveling back and forth on the corridor, I'd be happy to meet you there if you want to take a half an hour or 15 minutes even and see it. Just let me know. We never actually had a grand opening for that facility because of COVID. We didn't want to have any gatherings, and we still haven't. And so as board members, I think it would be really neat for you to visit that. We only have 3 main campuses, and so you're welcome to come visit anytime. And I'll still be reaching out to the new board members to try to schedule a time that we can get together at one of our places so you can see it in person. Would it be okay if I shared my screen for a minute to show you the budget formulation schedule? I think this would be important for.
Sure. Jeff, are you
the,
driving that, or can he?
Okay. It looks like I'm disabled for now.
Jerry, are you able to share with Joel Coleman or give him sharing rights?
Yep, you should be able to do it now.
Thank you. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Well, there's the agenda. Here it is. Can you see that? It says key dates for fiscal year 2022.
What I'm seeing, I can't comprehend.
Okay, I might. This might have been a mistake, but anyway, there's a list here that I'm trying to show on the screen, and essentially it's a bunch of dates starting February 1st, going through April 26th. Carl Empey, our finance director, who you already heard from, he has scheduled us out, and I asked him to put this into a list so that we could show it to the board. I can send it to you later, but it's essentially, it's just almost a weekly list on what we do each week as we formulate our budget. We start by distributing worksheets to every one of our units, every one of our divisions and schools. And then we get capital facilities requests. We have templates for them. We complete the comprehensive unit budget spreadsheets. And so we're doing all this work during the legislative session before we even know what our budget is. We're defining all of our needs in a very granular way. Then we analyze, after the legislature finishes, we analyze what legislation was passed and we determine our funding. And starting March 16th and 17th, we have meetings with each of the associate superintendents, Michelle Tanner for the deaf school and Susan Patton for the blind school. And then we all come together, and I am there, and we approve our final budget. We have it completed in about April 13th to 15th, in that range. And so that before the board's May meeting, we have a very solid budget for the next year. And I just wanted to show you that, so you know, when I describe, we take the whole organization apart, analyze every part of it, and then put it back together with exactly what our students need as determined by the legal requirements of their IEPs. This is the process that we go through to do that. And of course, we have a little bit of wiggle room in there because between May and the following August, when school starts, more children move in, some will move out, and some of them just transfer in and out. It's not even that their families are moving. So it's always a little bit of a moving target, but over the year, over the years, we've gotten it down to the point where we can really it's almost a science, and we know exactly how much wiggle room we need so that we have just enough to serve their needs. That is the end of my superintendent's report for today, unless anybody has any questions about any of those items.
Any questions or comments from board members? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So board members, at this time, I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. Do I have a motion? So moved. Somebody want to shout out?
Board Member Cannon here. I will make that motion, but just in passing, will you tell us how to raise our hands today? Because I can't find that option.
Okay, well, let me just get the motion on the table.
Okay.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, board member. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands raised for discussion for that particular motion. So prior to vote, before we get into this, besides board member Cannon, does anyone else have any problems in showing how to vote? Because on the screen down in the lower part, you can raise your hand or you can check the yes or no on the vote. And board member Cannon, you're not seeing any of that, correct?
Board Member Lear just helped me out. I have to go on the bottom of my screen to the smiley face that says reactions. And then under that, there is a menu where I can raise my hand or vote. So thank you.
Okay, and this is when we go in executive session, it's a roll call vote, not a hand vote. So, but it's still good if we're having operational challenges on voting. Let's make sure that you're comfortable in knowing how to raise your hand or vote. So, but this is a roll call. So we have a motion. The motion for the board is that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. So this is a roll call. We'll start with Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes.
Member Booth. So that you have to take your mic. Board Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Cannon?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Vice Chair Davis?
Yes.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Hanson? But he's still with us. Member Hart?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Moss?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Straight?
Yes.
And Member Huntsman's a yes. So we're going into executive session. So there'll be communications pop up on your screen how to navigate that. So it says the host is inviting you to join a breakout room that's specific to this group. So you'll hit join. Making a motion, come out of executive session.
Could we make sure we're just back online before we do anything?
Well,
There's
14 here.
back streaming. Jerry, are we?
Yes, we are streaming.
Thank you.
Well, let's inventory our people as we vote here. So Vice Chair Davis, are you making a motion to come out of executive session?
Yes, I move that we come out of executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. Hey, all in favor of coming out of executive session, please vote. And that's Vice Chair Belknap, you're inventorying these checks also with me, I believe.
Yes, I am. We're missing Board Member Hart, Board Member Lear, Board Member Hymas, and Board Member Straight has put up a hand, not a check mark.
I'm sorry, did you say that I am missing?
Well,
no, Board Member Straight, you're not. You just put up a hand.
And so we vote, as we're voting to come out of something you either want to or you don't. And so a green check is what we're looking for, but not everyone can use a check depending on their system.
Yeah, the check is not available to me.
Right. So keep your hand up.
Keep your hand up.
Okay.
Got it.
I did it. Very good.
We need people not to take their hands down, Chair. I mean their check mark.
Okay.
Yeah, leave your checks up till we get everyone in. So
It's funny, they disappear. Mine disappears after about 5 seconds.
okay, well, I've recognized it. Board Member Hart, are you?
I have a checkup. I have a checkup. Oh, wait, my check just disappeared.
As I said.
I know. I'll do it again. This is the third time I've checked yes.
The mystery.
Okay, I'm watching.
It's there.
And
it's not.
Well, the water's not making to the end of the roll. We're not saying it.
Well,
But I'll accept
okay.
it as an aye.
I'm raising my hand and I'm hitting check. Yes.
But I got a yes from you, which is good enough. Remember Hymus and not seeing your.
Yep, there it is again.
Yep, I see Hymus.
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Got it. And Board Member Cannon.
Yeah, I've put mine up twice, but it disappears.
Okay, well,
Jerry.
Okay, but you want to come out of executive session?
Yes.
Yes. Is that an aye, Board Member Cannon? I'm trying to get us out of this. We'll go to our break.
I would say it's unanimous, either verbal or by check mark or hand raise, Chair.
Hey, the voting is unanimous. We're coming out of executive session. Moving on to our agenda. We don't have any motions coming out of. Okay, at this time, you guys can take your checks and hands down. It is we're going to take a 10-minute break here. Let's be up and going at, let's try to make it 8, but let's see if we can get everyone back. Well, let's just do 10 at 11:32. So I'm going to mute. Okay, we'll see you back in 10 minutes.
I don't know about you all, but I am not one who engages in puzzles. And I have a mother and a sister who are puzzle fanatics, but I'm not one of those. But during the holidays, I put a puzzle together. And it was hard. Silly me, it was 1,000 pieces. It was very intricate. And at times, there might have been a few cuss words in my head as I was trying to find those final pieces. And in fact, there were 2 border pieces that I couldn't find until about 5 days later when my husband found them in a very obscure place in the sofa. But, I have methodology. If those of you who do puzzles also have a methodology, it's about putting the border together first and then trying to patch in pieces that seem obvious. But many times, what seemed obvious was not the case. And those were the times when it was very frustrating that I would arrange and rearrange and try to figure it out. And then I would step away for 24 hours and come back and be able to put a piece in that was right in front of me. And as I was working on this puzzle over the course of a week, I so often thought about our efforts around our COVID response and how easy it's been to put some things in place and how challenging it's been to fit in other pieces. Let's see if I can get this to advance. So as we think about what we've done in terms of COVID, certainly there's been the mitigation pieces. So I want to just give you some updates on where we're at. We have a group that meets every week in fact, a couple of times a week, and it's a small group that works on testing. We've had the opportunity to work directly with the Department of Health on this endeavor, and I appreciate that they include our office so that we're not only updated but can give input. And currently, we're continuing on with test to play and test to return, which I've explained previous, but for new board members, really concentrating on those students who are engaged in out of school or after school activities, as well as students who are coming back off of quarantine. And we've put some mitigation tactics in place with testing that allows for our students to stay in school and not spend so much time out of school, which they previously were doing with a 14-day quarantine. So that's been very helpful. We're releasing on, I guess tomorrow actually, additional tests. Those tests will be warehoused at the Salt Lake City School District warehouse. We appreciate Salt Lake School District really supporting our state on these efforts so that we have space, and our charter directors, superintendents, regional service centers, everybody, regional service agencies rather, everybody's really leaning in to try and come up and get all of these tests and get them out to our schools. We have heard from some that teachers are having a hard time accessing some of the tests. So when we talk about the tests that are going out to our schools, those are Buy an X Now tests, those rapid tests. But there are other tests available for teachers at clinics and other places, and they should be able to get to the front of the line to get a rapid turnaround on some of those other tests. And so there's been some miscues with communication, and we're working on that. We want to make sure that teachers and staff know where they can go to get the tests. And again, this is a coordinated effort from the Department of Health. We try to support wherever we can and communicate and work with them. But that's kind of the update on the testing. In terms of vaccines, we so appreciate that our governor's office, including newly elected Governor Cox, very focused on trying to get vaccines for our teachers. And while we only received 70% of the vaccines promised from the federal government for a variety of reasons, I do appreciate that our teachers and staff in our schools have been prioritized. And you've heard on and off through the news that maybe they're not getting them till the end of the month, or maybe it might be February. I will tell you that the governor's office, Department of Health, and Unified Command have all worked very hard to get teachers prioritized. I firmly believe that that will happen sooner than later. I think we have it on good authority that they've been able to accelerate vaccines for teachers and prioritize those for teachers and for school staff. And we gave an assist of getting numbers to the Department of Health for that effort. It also includes our private schools. I think that's important to know as well. The other thing that has happened this week is additional funding coming from the federal government, and President Trump signed that into law on December 27th. So $54.3 billion in education funding will be coming out, and this is called ESSER 2. We refer to these funds as ESSER and GEAR going to the governor's office, ESSER, which is Elementary Secondary Education Relief Fund. And that will be coming to us in the form of about $274 million, to be specific, $271,684. So that's a really good amount of money that is based on Title I Part A that was amended in 2020, and it's about 4 times the initial award. So we appreciate Secretary DeVos, her team, and President Trump's efforts in getting money to education again, because it's greatly needed. So that's where we're at with mitigation, both in terms of funding and the efforts around testing and vaccines. I want to spend a little bit of time today on the academic learning loss. And we've been hearing about this, we've been gathering data. So let's talk a little bit about what we know and then what we can do about it. So the data points that we have to this point are things like Acadience, which some of you might know as DIBELS, formerly known as DIBELS. We have kindergarten entry data, the PEEP in preschool. We have data on credits earned. So looking at all of that data, we know that we have academic learning loss. And Jennifer Thronson's on the line, and I'm going to ask her to weigh in a little bit, but I want to talk just specifically about credits. We're looking at grades 7 through 12, and this is an example where we can see the credits that were attempted and actually earned in 2020, excuse me, and where we're at this year in the 2020-21 school year. So 19-20 last year, and that includes spring, where we went into soft closure, and then looking at 2021 for this year. So, it averages around about a 20% difference in credits earned last year to this year. But I'll just give you one example. And this is really raw data. We're still trying to clean this up. So again, think of credit deficiencies, credits attempted versus credits earned. So 73% of, let's just say 12th grade and look at that, our raw data. And again, this needs to be cleaned a little bit, but 73% of credits attempted were earned last year by 12th graders. And at this point in time, it's 52%. And that seems to ring true grades 7 through 12. So credits earned versus credits attempted speaks to what we've been hearing anecdotally, especially in those settings where we have students that are face-to-face, which is throughout our state primarily. If they're face-to-face, and then we have some students that are online in those face-to-face settings, anecdotally, we've been hearing that the students that are online are not doing as well. And I'm excluding Salt Lake District from this because we're talking about face-to-face systems where some students are online. We have it broken down by demographics as well. And there's some surprising information within the demographics. It seems to cut across all demographics of ethnicity and economics, et cetera. So I want to have Jennifer weigh in, Dr. Thronson weigh in, if she will, on what we're also learning from Acadience and KEEP and PEEP and anything she wants to add to the credit conversation, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Thronson.
Board Chair. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak towards the academic learning losses that we're seeing. Some of this will be repetitive for previous board members and an update for those of you that are welcome to our board today. So specifically, early learning, we have different assessments that we gave in the fall. Those data points kind of gave us some indication that we did have impact just from the soft closure we saw in the spring in terms of where students entered this fall.
Jennifer, can I interrupt you? So I'm probably the one with the worst hearing loss, but I'm getting part of it. I don't know if you have to get closer to your mic or what. Sorry.
If it's not loud enough because I speak.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for kindergarten specifically, as we look at our early learners, as the credits attempted and credit earned data that Superintendent Dixon speaks of is related to our secondary age students. Looking at our earliest learners, our kindergarten students came in very similar to how they have in the past. We didn't see a big difference there. 40% of students came in not ready in terms of their literacy skills, and about 25% came in not ready for mathematics. Longitudinally, that's been a pretty similar trend over the last few years. We haven't seen a lot of difference. There is a substantial difference in the students who might have a disability, are multilingual, or have low income status for their families. Those particular students continue to see a greater, lesser level of readiness than their peers who don't experience those same factors. But as we look at the Acadience reading data, so that's the assessment that we give in the fall, winter, and spring to our students in K through 3. That data also showed what we're kind of experiencing this learning loss, about a 15% difference between the amount of students we had coming in previous years ready to take on the grade level they were entering compared to longitudinally. And so, for example, in first grade, we have 55% of students coming in not at benchmark status that we would hopefully have our students entering now. So more than half of the population for first grade. That was our most impacted population in terms of the percentage of students not coming in at benchmark status per grade level. So our early learners have definitely experienced the impact of soft closure and continue to we're not middle of the year, we have a small percentage of the data in, about a quarter, we're not seeing the gains we typically see at this time of year either. We still have a lot of data to gather, so very soft conclusions in that space, but the learning losses we are seeing coming into the fall seem to be persisting into the winter. So those would be kind of the big ones that have hit there. And just any enhancements to the credit data. I think we saw the biggest dips in 12th and 7th grade. So with that transition of students coming from elementary into middle school, those credits attempted versus earned, significant gap there, as well as in our 12th grade populations, large gap that Superintendent Dixon pointed out. And it was interesting to see that we didn't see a difference across our ethnicities. So whether we're white, non-white, Asian, or non-Asian, we didn't see any big differences in terms of all of those populations are being impacted across the board. So any questions there might be, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, Superintendent. Oh, Board Member Earl's got her hand raised.
Yes, my question has to do with, are we able to break down how many of those are, either part online, part at school? Because the cadence is specifically for elementary, right? So the comparisons of the different structure of the day, is there a way to do that comparison, or is that a little beyond our ability? Or do we need to wait till the end of the year?
Couple of things. Great question. So specifically within the data set, the data was at the beginning of the year, so in those first couple weeks of school starting, so the factor of what type of learning experience they had probably didn't impact that data coming in. With our middle of year data, we could do some analysis. We've known Salt Lake has been online the entire time. In the other LEAs, it's hard for us to know, at least to my knowledge, and Superintendent Dixon, maybe Aaron Brock or someone else who might know. We don't have great indication of which students are online when that I'm aware of, and so that would be difficult to do, but not necessarily impossible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do think it's a great question, Board Member Earl, and something that as districts really start to unpack that data, I think we'll definitely want to report that out to you, as well as looking at comparison in Salt Lake District, who has been our only district that's been online. What are they finding from last year to this year? And to this point, we have some anecdotal data. As I mentioned, some of the teachers that I work with on the teacher advisory group have talked about their face-to-face students when they versus their online students. And we've heard that throughout the state when you have this sort of dual system within a district or a charter, and that we are hearing about a difference there. But until we see the actual data, it's kind of hard to report on it with confidence.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Did you want to continue with your report, Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, sir. I think one of the exciting parts of this now, and I'll refer back to, sorry, I've got background noise. One of the things that I'll refer back to is that puzzle. So thinking about the puzzle pieces and where they fit in, you heard me talk about federal funding. We're going to be talking about some funding coming, that's a possibility as we go to our legislature to talk about possible one-time funds. And so what do we do? Given that we've got one-time money coming, non-lapsing one-time money, what are some possibilities with that funding? And I think it's important to hear the voices of teachers, of our principals, our superintendents, our charter directors, for our new board members, so that you're aware. I have advisory groups that I meet with. We meet with charter directors, superintendents, and then I have an overarching COVID advisory task force. So yesterday I met with teachers, and I've been during the holidays trying to interact with teachers as well, just to say, if you had the opportunity to have some one-time funding, what would you recommend that your district or your school does with that to mitigate learning loss? And they have, there are a lot of ideas out there, and I want to hear some innovative ideas as well. We know that Ogden, I think Deputy Jones will be talking, perhaps, or Dell, about project that Ogden has worked on. I think they've reported that to the board recently, or to interim. They've been doing some really interesting work in summer bridge and tutoring, and they have great data to show for it. But there are other ideas out there as well. I think those districts who are able to pull teachers together, whether that's face-to-face or virtually, to share ideas has been really welcomed by teachers. So they would like to have some paid days during the year for sharing best practices and implementing those, whether that's summer boot camp or during the year. But time really, I just hear that over and over again. They need time, but there's not really time in the day. They're already stretched pretty thin. So how do we extend time for them? Individual and small group tutoring by teachers or paraeducators who are well equipped to do so. I mentioned the extended year and summer bridge support, home visits and calls to parents, just checking in with parents to see how it's going. Those districts and charters who have implemented that strategy have really strengthened those home-school relationships. And this is where we've seen great efforts on trying to track students who are disengaged down and see what kind of supports they need. And that's where you find out what's really going on that creates these situations where students aren't able to engage based on the situations of their parents' ability to work or what have you. Flexible schedules for teachers to be able to meet with parents when they're available. So rather than having teachers working 12 and 14-hour days, thinking about how their schedules could be flexed so that they can meet with parents and students in the evening. Having learning labs for teachers to really concentrate on lesson design and deeply getting into some of the intervention strategies. Just thinking about as we move forward, again, going back to the models where teachers are teaching face-to-face and online and in blended models. I know a lot of our systems are interested in providing a lot of options for parents in the future and for students, but it can't all happen on the backs of one individual teacher. So how might we look at some pilots where they're breaking up these different modalities and assigning the right people in those various modalities? Developing parent resources for home and online. A lot of states have invested money in doing so, and some of our districts have, and it's made all the difference for parents. We have a lot of these resources on UEN, on the UEN website, but parents don't always have access to those. Time for teachers to coordinate across district boundaries. I know Paiute, I'll single out Paiute district, tiny little district, and yet they're spending some time with students out of school on a day where they're bringing all their teachers together to really do some coordination and share best practices. And they've invited other teachers from other districts to come and join them. And then ongoing support for social emotional learning. I think that we have districts and charters who have really invested a lot of funding and time in social emotional learning. You've heard me highlight Murray District, Canyons, Davis, and others. But in some districts, they might be given a book or watch a seminar, and then that's it. There's no follow-up. And my mantra has always been training without follow-up is malpractice. And so if we don't provide that ongoing support, especially where we have students and teachers masked up and you're not able to see their smiles or have some of those interactions that are generally part of building those relationships, there are other strategies that need to be put in place. And that's something that teachers really mentioned to me, especially yesterday, is getting that kind of ongoing support for social emotional learning. I again, just thinking of some innovative and out there ideas. If I had nothing but money and power, I would find money to at least pilot a year-long strategy, much like what we proposed last year in House Bill 114. So really beefing that 114 up where we want to take a cadre of master teachers and have them work directly with our staff and have them out in districts and charters supporting teachers in their area of expertise. And we have so many amazing teachers across the state, and being able to have them out of the classroom for a year sharing with their teachers, I think is just something that for those states that have done that, it's made a world of difference. And for those districts who are doing that now, it's made a world of difference. So, being able to pay for a group of teachers to work directly with software developers. We have Silicon Slopes, And we know that technology can make a difference in interventions. So wouldn't that be great to be able to pay teachers to co-design software, education software? So there are a lot of ideas out there, and we look forward to generating more of those. But as you think about one-time money and you hear the business cases that will come forward, I think it's really important to know that learning loss is real. We have a lot of opportunities, and context matters. So providing some flexibility with guidance, I think, would be a great opportunity for us to be innovative and support parents and families and our students in this state. So that's my report, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness behind our staff and our educators and staff out in the field trying to think about the way forward to mitigate learning loss, as well as just trying to conquer this virus. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Questions or comments from board members? Member Hymas, your hand's raised.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. I just had a quick question. You mentioned some time and what we're trying to do to help these teachers. And I wondered if in your conversations, if there was some programs or policy that they found to be burdensome that we could remove from their plate. I know we keep wanting to add things to their plate, and we say, look, this is going to help you, but I don't know how much we're actually removing. So I again wondered, as we talk about teacher efficiency and keeping teachers, is there something in your conversations that was brought up that maybe we could do to help teachers?
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you, Board Member Hymas. I think, at the reporting level, sometimes that burden lands on you as a school administrator and at the district and charter level. In terms of the classroom, the thing I hear time and time again is that many of our teachers are expected to teach in multiple modalities all in the same day. And that is the burdensome thing that they talk about, that there's just their hours have expanded. They want very much to connect with students and parents, but if they don't set guardrails around that, they can be accessible 24/7, and it's wearing on them. So moving forward, I think it would be prudent for us to help our system think about different modalities and ways to use funding, perhaps to pilot using teachers in different ways, in more flexible ways, so that it's not on the burden of one teacher to teach 12 hours a day in these different modalities. And they are the first to tell you that in spite of their own learning and their own improvement and doing the very best that they can and feeling like they're really doing a much better job online than they did in the spring, they still know that it's just not enough to try and expect them to do all of these different things. I mean, the work of a teacher is so hard, just in general, if you're face-to-face or online, and that's your full modality, but to add other modalities to that, that's the one thing I hear from teachers all across the state.
Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Earl.
Yes, my question has to do specifically with the funding. Can you tell me, and if you said it, I apologize for asking this twice. What is the money that's coming, $240 million, is that coming to the state to be distributed between higher ed and businesses and K-12, or is that K-12 money?
Great question, and I did not clarify that. That's K-12 money. Higher education also has a pot of money coming to them. So in the overall CARES package, there is a specific fund just for higher ed. So that ESSER 2, when you hear that acronym, that applies just to K-12.
And I apologize, I haven't read through all this yet. What is the timeline criteria for the expenditure of those funds? In other words, is it 1 year from January 2021, or do we have several years? Because that will impact our decision on how we use this. They won't want to hire personnel if, in 2 years or whatever, or 6 months, that money's not going to be allowed to be used for that. So what are they asking for this? What's the criteria?
Yeah, it's a great question. And no need to apologize for not knowing all of this information. We just got this information yesterday, which is why there is backup there. Sarah Young may be on the call.
Sarah's hand's raised. So
okay, Sarah was there. She is. Sarah was on a webinar yesterday with the Department of Ed where they went through the details. So if you don't mind, Chair Huntsman, Sarah could address board member questions.
Would you answer the question, please?
Of course. Thank you for the opportunity. So Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives. In regards to this new ESSER 2 funding, our local education agencies will receive an award, and that award is available to cover expenditures from now until the September 30th, 2023 timeframe. So to Board Member Earl's question, it is important to note it is one-time funding, so not an ongoing stream, but they do have a pretty good window in which to spend and make a thoughtful plan.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Hartz, your hand's raised.
Yes, the data that was shared, I apologize, I'm going back to the data, but it's Acadian, Stibbles, Keep, and credits earned. Was there any, I know credits earned may have incorporated or included math. I'm just real concerned. Anecdotally, we're hearing that math scores are even more depressed than the reading scores, but I'm wondering if you had a chance to capture that data in any way.
And I wonder if Jennifer Thompson can answer. Her hand's raised. Is that okay, Superintendent?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Jennifer?
Yes, great question. We did look at analysis of the four areas.
How to get you closer to your mic. Thanks.
Language arts, mathematics. We did look at the four core areas to see if there was any substantial difference. And so when we looked at language arts, mathematics, science, and social studies, we did not see across the state on trend any significant differences across the core areas. So anecdotally, you may be seeing that, but from a statewide data picture, we aren't seeing big discrepancies in particular content areas, at least for the four core subjects that we're able to track.
Okay, so you're saying that there's the same difference across the four. So there is a difference in math and science and social studies as well as ELA, and it's pretty much the same.
Yes, so there's definitely a lot of all four, but it's pretty equivalent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Straight?
Yes, thank you. As I think back over the last 30 years that I've been in education, when I first started, up until the last 10 years, we used to have quality teaching days. And there were years where we had, within a school year, between 10 to 13 total days of professional development, PLC. Basically, quality teaching was expanding the base. One thing about teaching is when the time for performance becomes, the time for preparation ends. And those days before the school year started, between quarters, those became excellent times for teachers to work together, to collaborate, to make a difference. And we need to get back to broadening that base of support, not just for some teachers, mentors, but for all teachers, because the best mentoring occurs with the teacher next door.
Thank you. Board Member Hart, your hand's still raised. Did you have another question?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're fine. Superintendent, you want to please continue, or are you complete? I think you are done.
That concludes my report, and I really appreciate all of the great questions. Looks like perhaps Board Member Cannon has.
Cannon just raised her hand. So Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. I just am wondering if there is anything more specific. I know you addressed the testing for teachers, and I'm just wondering if our new governor's office has done anything in terms of practically getting teachers vaccinated. Is there some kind of a plan set up to do that on a school by school basis or a district by district basis? I'm thrilled that they have prioritized vaccinating teachers. I think that's so commendable for our state. I just would like to see it done quickly and efficiently. Can you give me any information on that?
Yes, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, that will be accelerated. I know that that Governor Cox and the Department of Health and Unified Command have all been working to accelerate that. I believe they're going to make an announcement later today about when that can be expected. It's my understanding that it will be sooner than later. So that's the good news. I know that they've tried to make sure that we had enough, not to just cover our teachers, but also I want to stress that it's for all staff. Our role in all of that was giving the Department of Health numbers, getting that information from the schools, including private schools, so that we could capture the numbers of, bus drivers and food workers and custodians and paraeducators, so that we ensure everybody who comes in contact with students has an opportunity to get that vaccine.
Thank you. I did write down that there was an accelerated timeline, but I'm going to be listening for the announcement later today. Thank you.
Okay. We have two other hands raised, and then we're going to have to jump back into our agenda. Board Member Earl.
Yeah, just real quick, that's remaining voluntary. Is that correct? Okay, just wanting to make sure on that.
Okay. Member Klein.
That was my question, and it will remain that way, correct?
That's my understanding. Again, this is from the Department of Health, but I've heard no conversation about mandating vaccines.
Okay. Well, thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate your report. There's a couple time certains I want to bring to your attention. One will be at 12:30. Will be that half-hour break. Our last meeting, we kind of tried to shorten that up about a lunch break, about 20 minutes. It didn't go very well with our members, and we have a time certain also at 1 o'clock with legislators showing up. So we do have time, I think, to get through some of our agenda items. Next is our general consent calendar. And for our new board members at this time, this is the time to ask if you want anything pulled off the consent calendar. And then we put it to the side, and then we approve what's left of the consent calendar. Then we go back to those items, and we have who wanted it pulled to speak to them. So items to be pulled from the general consent calendar. Board Member Earl.
Yes, I would like item number 2 pulled, please.
Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Yes, point of order, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated Board Member Hymas reaching out ahead of time on some of these information items under the items under consent calendar ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Klein.
Number 3, please.
Okay. That's items number 2 and number 3. They were both actionable items. Is there a motion to approve the?
Chair, this is Board Member Cannon. I move that we approve the consent calendar with the removal of items 2 and 3.
Do we have a second?
Second. Council Brent Straight.
I have a motion, a second. The discussion to this will be those that will be doing there. So let's vote on this. The motion before the board is that the board approve the general consent calendar with items number 2 and number 3 removed. All those in favor, please vote. Hopefully we have this check thing figured out. As I'm scanning this, I'm not seeing Member Hart, Member Hymas, Straight.
It's still happening, Chair.
Okay, I see a hand flash on Hymas, so I'm going to count that one. Board Member Cannon.
Chair, what if we try raise hands on this and see if it works?
Well, let's try it. Okay, all in favor. Let's go to the hand raise.
And see if that works. That seems to hold.
That seems to work. Well, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, I still gonna have to go back to that green check and red X as we're trying to figure this out. Sorry about these difficulties. Okay, Board Member Earl, do you have something you want to speak to specifically on the general consent number 2, contracts agreements for approval? And again, this is actionable.
Yes, it has to do with Panorama Education, which will be doing a mental health screening. The screening tool, from what I could look up, that we spent months looking through, it is not listed there. And so, anyways, I did text Christy Walker, but I wasn't able to get back a hold of her on this item, just to check with that. So I will not be voting in favor of this because this is an expansion of both mental health screening and SEL data gathering. So that is my comment, unless someone has other information.
Okay. Member Norton. Your hand's raised.
I'm sorry, I'll take it down.
Okay. So when we're Member Hanson. Oh, okay. We've not seeing any other comments or questions. Is there any board members desiring to make a motion to move forward on our general consent calendar items listed under number 2? Board Member or Vice Chair Davis?
Did Board Member Klein get to speak on her issue, or we're just going to vote on this one first?
No, just on 2. We'll
okay.
do one at a time. I'm not seeing anybody wanting to move that actionable item under number 2 forward. Oh, okay. Board Member Lear.
I move that the board approve the contract identified under the board agenda item 2. Is that enough definition or designation?
Yes, that includes everything under there. Is there a second?
Second, Board Member Cannon.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Let's try our X's. Well, hands are X's. Okay. Okay, leave them up if they can. This is going to be difficult. We have to inventory these. And I apologize for the difficulty. I don't know what we're going to do to resolve this. We've got quite a bit of action we'll be dealing with today. So the yays are, it appears it passes, but not unanimously. The yays are, and Vice Chairs help me out with this if I miss someone, is Member Cannon, Booth, members Cannon, Member Booth, Member Davis, Member Lear, Member Moss, Member Straight, Member Hanson, Member Hart, Member Huntsman, Member Hymas. I thought I saw your hand. Are you a yes?
No, I put an X up there. I've got.
Okay, you're a no. Okay. Member Belknap, Member Norton. The nays are Member Klein, Member Earl, Member Hymas. Did I get those correct? Did that, and Lorraine? But the motion passes. Okay, Member Klein, you asked for item number 3, the data sharing agreement request, which was actionable. Did you have questions or comments on that?
Yeah, I just had a couple of comments on down in Roman numeral 2, paragraphs 3 and 4. It delineates who's responsible for answering concerns, and to me, it looks kind of like a just a circular game. If a parent had a concern and they went to the school board could point to the Department of Workforce Services, who could then point to the school readiness board, and then they can point to the federal regulations and department. Anyway, it just looks like it might be one of those situations where it's hard to get an actual answer to concerns if everybody can just point the finger to somebody else. So that was a bit of a concern. Also, it talks about private daycare in here, which I'm assuming all childcare, maybe other than a government-funded Head Start type program, are private. And as a private entity, I wonder if parents that sign their children up for these daycares or childcare facilities realize what they're signing up for, that their children will be subject to all of this data collection and these programs. Is there some kind of parent consent form where they are told up front exactly what their child is being signed up for?
Okay, is there, Superintendent, I'm looking for staff, if staff can answer the question about the
We actually have an attorney from Department of Workforce Services on the line as well.
Okay, I'm
Whitney.
and I still have hands. Oh, I think Jennifer's got her hand raised too. So, Dr. Thronson, can you start with this? And
I will sure try. So, Director Thronson of Teaching and Learning, how's my mic? I'm going to stop there.
You're doing great.
Okay. I switched mics hoping it would be better.
So much better. Thank you.
Excellent. Good news. So in terms of the memorandum, it's really an agreement between DWS and USBE, as legislation requires us to partner on school readiness. DWS is the administrator and the fiscal agent, but they are required to partner with USBE as part of this, as we kind of oversee the public providers and they oversee private providers. And so Office of Child Care kind of organization. So that's kind of the partnership piece of it. Related to the data, it's been a little while since I've had to get into the parent consent. In the early days, we would give them a form that they could sign to say, I don't want to participate. I believe we still do that, but maybe the DWS person on the line can confirm that. Otherwise, I'll check in with my team and verify. But we do have a form that allows the parent to opt out of the opportunity. At one point we had the opt-in, but I think we're back to opting out. But there is an opportunity, and they are shared through the registration packet, that this assessment is given, and they have the opportunity to opt out or to participate but not have their data submitted. They have some options that parents are afforded, given that they get to make that choice. And that can be confirmed in just a moment.
okay, so we have someone from the DWS. Can you come on and introduce yourself? Name and title, rank, serial number, all that good stuff, and then maybe help with the question. I can't see you.
Yes, hi, this is...
Oh, there you are.
Hi. Yes, hi, this is Nuna Phillips. I'm Assistant Director of the Office of Child Care at the Department of Workforce Services. And yes, as Jennifer stated, parents are informed when they enroll children in one of the programs, whether it's a public program, a preschool program, or a private program, or a Head Start program that is receiving one of these grants, that the PEEP assessment is administered. And so they're aware that that is administered at the start and at the end of the year, and could opt out of that process.
Is that with a form or verbally, or I think that's what Board Member Klein was asking, is that form or documented, or?
They are, when they enroll, one of the things that they do, and it's part of our data collection and part of one of the requirements of Utah code, that parents identify whether their child meets the eligible child criteria, so that if they are economically disadvantaged and meet one of the risk factors, that is all done by form, or if they're an English learner student. So a lot of that onboarding is done by form, and the parents, I believe it's a verbal opt out, but when they enroll their children on the form, they're told that the PEEP assessment is part of what is administered at the program level. So there are forms involved. They can opt out verbally, but they do kind of sign up at the start of the school year, understanding what those requirements are. I hope that.
Member Klein, do you have any follow-up questions while we have Lynn Phillips?
I would be curious before voting for this to be able to see that consent form to see how in detail it goes.
We can certainly provide that.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands raised. We do have item number 3, the data sharing agreement request. Is that a time-sensitive request, or is this something I'm going to ask staff? I didn't get into the time side of this. Is this a time-sensitive, or can this come back?
I don't want to speak on behalf of USBE. I would say if we push it to next month, I'm not overly concerned about it. There are data sharing and data protection language in the MOU that we wanted to have in place sooner rather than later. So if this is something that we can address after a vote, we can certainly do that. But if the preference of the board members is to hold off until next month, I think we could do that as well.
Well, we'll find out here in a minute, and if there's a board member that wants to move forward on the consent item number 3. And I'm not seeing any hands raised. So that will be coming back. Okay. Thank you. That concludes our general consent. Monthly budget report, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. I don't know what we can do in 8 minutes, but we can get through something, I believe. What do you think? It's informational.
Yes, sir. We'll move through it. We'll make sure we meet all of the standards, and I'll do it as quickly as possible. So
we definitely end it and come back to it too. So let's see how far we can go.
Yep, we'll get through it. Monthly budget report follows. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones' monthly budget report follows. The monthly budget report is a requirement in support of the Budgetary Procedures Act and the Money Management Act. So for new board members, this is a perpetual agenda item so that I can do the following. I attest that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally sound with your internal budget. This internal budget is focused on money that stays within the office and is basically appropriated and then allocated by way of our systems and processes to your various sections. There is one caveat to this. It relates to the statewide online education program. We do our due diligence. We ensure that we never knowingly go into the red with any particular program. So recently we realized that the enrollment requests for private and homeschool students were exceeding the budget or the appropriation of $3.2 million of ongoing funds that were appropriated by the legislature. The way ahead or forward with this is to, by way of the process, is to engage with the legislature and, with respective staff from teaching and learning as well to look at opportunities or potentials for increasing the funding to accommodate or basically open the program back up for, enrollments. We take an approach of prioritizing graduation. You can see that we support this in the backup documents with the letter that I sent to the providers, or that we sent to the providers, notifying them of the situation. I do anticipate that, again, that by way of the process, we'll look to meet with our legislative partners, the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's Office, and I will keep the board informed on progress as it relates to this specific program. So this time I'll pause for any questions or concerns. If we could bring up the report itself, just so I can just run through it real quickly with newer board members. As I stated, it's based on So as we all know, the budget runs from July 1st of every year through June 30th. So as I articulated, it's broken down by the respective sections within the Utah State Board of Education. It does start with assessment and accountability, and if you'll continue to scroll through, you can see all the various sections within the Utah State Board of Education. We provide this as a detailed analysis as far as because we're required to provide program accounting. So, for instance, if you'll just pause at this one, CHSC Charter School, the budget within the charter school section or this State Charter School Board authorizers is broken down by personnel services, travel in state, travel out of state. So we provide you with the initial budget for that particular entity. And then we also keep you updated on the expenditures to date. Period 5 would be November. So, period 1's July, August, period 2, September up to November. So you may ask, well, it's January. Why don't we see the December? We have to do month-end closes. We have to do the reconciliations. So where board meeting is in the first week of the month, typically, we can only provide, the full set or full picture from what would amount to the November 30th or as of November 30th date. So next month in your February board meeting, you will receive status or update based on the period ending December 31st. So with that, I'll pause here, Chair Huntsman, for any questions or concerns as it specifically relates to the monthly budget report of the internal funding to the Board of Education.
Okay, board members, at this time, do you have any questions or comments for Deputy Superintendent Jones on this item? I am not seeing any hands, so please continue.
So one integration to this process due to COVID-19 and the receipt of CARES Act money is for me to, at this time, at the chair's direction, turn it over to Sarah Young to provide you with more details and an update on CARES Act funding to date.
Okay, Sarah Young, you're ready to report on our CARES Act funding status?
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. If I could share my screen, Jerry or Jeff?
All right, give it a shot.
Great, thank you. I've got it. Thank you, board members. So by way of introduction again, Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives here at the Utah State Board of Education. As Deputy Jones shared, we do a monthly update on the CARES funding related to the State Board of Education. And I'm going to provide that update very quickly before your lunch break. So when we talk about CARES funding, it's important to note that CARES is really an umbrella term that captures a lot of different awards that are a part of the federal response to coronavirus, providing resources to the state. So the primary awards that we are referencing here today is the ESSER 1 award. You heard Superintendent Dixon share that an ESSER 2 award is in process. So the one we are referencing today is the original award that was made back in March of 2020 and the progress on grants related to that effort. The GEAR Award specific to the Governor's Education Emergency Relief Award, which is administered by the Utah State Board of Education. And then finally, Coronavirus Relief Awards. These were originally awarded to the state of Utah and then sub-awarded to the Utah State Board of Education for very specific purposes that you can kind of see outlined within the grant titles. So in terms of timeline, a major change that occurred since we last spoke with you in December. Originally with coronavirus relief funds, the original federal legislation required that all goods and services be received at the local level by December 30th of 2020. I believe that was, very optimistic of how we would be in terms of responding to the pandemic and recognizing that we're not as far as we had hoped to be in terms of, mitigating those those issues. The federal government passed additional legislation right in December that extended that funding timeline to June 30th, 2021. So this is going to be reflected and has been communicated to all of our LEAs by Deputy Jones so that they're aware that they have additional time with which to spend the awards they've been given specific to the coronavirus relief funds. It is important to note that those funds are specific to addressing immediate needs due to COVID-19. So each of our awardees are expected to spend those funds on goods and services to really address COVID-19 needs as they occur right now. So this table is going to show a breakdown of where we are in terms of total award value compared to the amount that has been reimbursed as of December 23rd, 2020, which is the date we pulled this data to be able to meet board backup. You'll see that we're making good progress in terms of our LEAs requesting reimbursement for the awards that they have in the system. And the one I will highlight specifically is K-12 broadband, which has actually closed the award cycle. And we were able to spend a little over 93% of those funds towards providing broadband opportunities for students for this current school year. As far as the CARES survey components that was discussed at the last board meeting, just as a friendly reminder, we are administering a survey to our local education leaders right now regarding CARES. This includes federal reporting requirements that we have as a state, Utah legislative requests that have been made by members of legislative leadership through the Legislative Fiscal Analyst Office, and finally incorporating some of the Utah State Board of Education inquiries that were posed and directed to staff in December. I'm pleased to let you know that we released that tool to the field on December 4th, 2020. Emails were sent to Title I directors, business administrators, and the grant points of contact for ESSER and GEAR. Those are due to the agency by January 8th, 2021. And as of the date that we pulled this information on December 28th, we had 68 of our LEAs with full or partial responses. As staff were sending follow-ups, just to remind the field, these are due by Friday. We will be reporting on this to you as an outcome in the February board meeting. With that, I wrap up my presentation. Thank you, Chair Huntsman.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon.
Sarah, thank you for your presentation. I just have a quick question. It appears that trying to get broadband out to students was a top priority, and we spent 93% of that money. Can you just give us a quick overview in terms of where the state of Utah is in terms of providing broadband to every student?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you, Board Member Cannon. So in terms of the K-12 broadband effort and the grant I alluded to, those were 41 awards that were made to local education agencies, so districts and charter schools, to be able to provide solutions for meeting broadband needs in their individual communities. For us at the State Board of Education, it was really a first-time pilot for us to be able to learn more about what does it take to provide broadband to our K-12 students, what strategies are most successful, and what areas should we continue to invest in and promote as a best practice. We're currently working with a K-12 broadband external evaluator who will have more of that information available for the State Board of Education later this spring to inform next steps. As far as the state of Utah goes, we're in a very positive space in terms of having devices available through our digital teaching and learning program to provide our students. However, it's a new venue for most of our districts and charter schools starting in March of 2020 to also be in the business of making sure that they have broadband access at home, as our previous efforts were really focused on the school building. So I definitely want to make sure I'm clear that it's an area we continue to work on, not just as a K-12 agency, but in partnership with the Governor's Office of Economic Development's Broadband Council, as well as UETN and other authorities in this area.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Board Member.
Board Member Lear. Your hand's raised.
Thank you. It is raised, and thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. Sarah, and I think I wanted to first make a comment and then ask a question. I think the reporting that Sarah explains now is an example for Board Member Hymas of why there are required reports for LEAs. The federal government wants reports. The state legislature wants reports. And rather than querying 180 LEAs, those entities expect to get it through the USBE. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is one example of the money is desperately needed, but the entities that give it also want to know how it was spent and when it was spent. So I wanted to make that point. Then second, I think I understood this from you, Sarah, but this is one-time money and then it will be clawed back. Is that right? Or it's not non-lapsing. Am I correct?
Yes. So, I mean, in terms of the funding that has been awarded, it has been awarded as one-time funds. And each of those individual funds is actually going to have a slightly different kind of funding window for allowable expenses. I'm happy to follow up with you and get you more details about that information, but it is one time and it is time limited.
Thank you. That's enough of an answer. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Thank you, Sarah Young. Deputy Superintendent Jones, or I don't know who's driving the screen now, but did you have more on your, go ahead.
Right. So for this agenda item as well, we always provide an update or a report on the board's discretionary funds. So if we could pull that report up, please, for display.
And I think we're getting close. So I think what we're going to do is I think we can wrap this up and have our, I don't want to go in late. How many? Yeah, just go ahead. Let's go through these.
Okay. Okay. So just pull the report up real quick, please. And, you know, for the newer board members, as we move together, you know, for your tenures and all this, this will become clearer. I'll make sure that, and for finance committee members especially, we will meet with you individually just to orient you to all of the different moving pieces and parts to your overall budget. What the discretionary fund is made up of is particular funds, state funds, general funds. So I'm on the upper right-hand quadrant or corner of the report. State funds, general funds. FML stands for Federal Mineral Lease Dollars, Land Exchange, and Dedicated Credits. So at the end of every year, there becomes, you know, carry forward balances and balances that are made available for the board's discretionary fund for your use. What you see in the main body of the report is previous direction or projects, if you will, that the board has designated the funds be used for. When we set those or establish that by virtue of the process that, you know, we do here, we typically do that in committee, in the finance committee. And then the finance committee puts forward recommendations on how the board should use these types of funds. Recently, we had one by way of the process where federal mineral lease dollars in the amount of $234,151.55 were designated. At this time, staff would like to go back to you, Chair, for a proposed motion on Middle East money.
Well, and maybe because there will be discussion on this motion, why don't we hold off on this? I just wanted to make sure they could just see this, the discretionary fund report. And then when we get past our time certains, we'll come back to 6.2.1. Would that be okay with you? Without any objection? We've got to jump into our, we've done this last time and board members didn't have enough time to get some lunch in them and we jumped into the time certain. So at this time, we'll come back after our time certains are behind us. So right now, let's get to our lunch. And if we can try to be back about 5 to 7 after, I'm hope our guests will be okay with us starting a few minutes late. So let's get our half-hour break in right now. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's stop video and mute.
introduced it sufficiently.
Okay, thank you. Well, Representative Johnson, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman, if it's okay with you, I want to just spend 1 minute. I know that the State Board of Education has been under a lot of pressure and a lot of duress to try to figure out how to move forward and to navigate for all these different LEAs, different sorts of problems, issues, and so forth that arise through this period. But I think it's remarkable the steady hand that you and the board has shown, and also the state superintendent and her team. I've worked in education for 50 years. Then I retired, and then was honored to be elected to the House of Representatives. And it's just amazing when I sit on the Education Appropriation Committee and I sit on the Education Standing Committee to hear presentations from the State Board office and all the team members that come there. It's something to be really proud of. And it's stunning, actually, sometimes when I take a look at the plan that you've laid out, the different elements of the plan, and then the feedback that we get on each part of that plan as it's put in place and moving forward. And I just want to thank you, and I want to thank Superintendent Dixon for that and everybody that's associated with this, because I know it's a team effort, but it is really making a big difference, and it keeps Utah in a great, great place as far as really educating our students and through that process, helping families. And that's a big deal.
Welcome.
Thank you. I also wanted to just have this opportunity today just to take a few minutes to speak with you about what's kind of become a national issue. It's a state issue. It's one that gets reported to me frequently in my district, and that's just, does anybody know anything about the Constitution anymore? People understand our government, how it runs, and so on. And there's a lot of questions about that. And of course, we always look at, it seems to me like we look at education as the place where a lot of that's going to get solved. And I think it's really important. So I've had this opportunity to work with some agencies across our state, and also specifically with Robert Austin, the social studies specialist there at USBE, and we put together this idea about civics education. So there's a couple of parts to this bill that was actually passed. That because of COVID, all of that new money that was appropriated was taken back. So this year, we'll have to go back and re-ask for that money and get the bill going again. And we'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. But anyway, this really deals with civics education. One of the things that it does is it leaves the current test that graduating seniors have to take for civics. And I think Robert Austin and his team have worked on some things around that test. But this piece is really about participatory engagement. And it's about taking a look at what sort of experiences could students have? And what are their feelings, and how would we gather that input from them? And then also the teacher side of it. What do they need to know in order to teach a good civics engagement course, and what feedback can we get from them as we move forward? So what this bill does is called Civics Education Amendments. And it basically puts in place the opportunity for pilot study to be conducted over a 3-year period across multiple sizes and demographics of school districts to gather information and to see what the impact is on civics engagement, and how that might help a graduating senior be more ready for their right to vote and to be engaged civically and to be interested in that for the rest of their life. I think it's one of the things that can really protect us as a society and as a democracy. The better and more deeply that students understand something and then have the capacity to act upon that understanding. I think that's where we will get better students. So, or students who are better prepared for our society. So, Robert, maybe I could just turn a moment to you and talk a little bit about what's required on the USBE side of it in terms of some of the preparation of assessments and feedback systems and staff development.
And great, thank you so much, Representative Johnson. The concept behind House Bill 334, which was passed last year, is to really encourage the development of innovative civic engagement projects with really the focus on engagement. How do we engage young people in issues they care about, but also understand the systems and understand levers of power and understand where they fit in that process? We have significant themes of systems of power, authority, and governance, and we want students to be able to understand that there are certainly rights they have as a part of this amazing republic, but there are also responsibilities they have. And how do they wield that great civic responsibility in really productive ways? This day is a very striking day for me in terms of seeing what and how some people are responding to the challenges of democracy. And so we are hoping that we will engage students in very innovative and interesting pilot ways that could be replicated across the state.
Chair Huntsman, I think that's basically the content of the bill. It's not a real complicated thing. It doesn't change a lot of state law, but I wanted to have this opportunity to inform the board about what is going on here with this particular application.
And it isn't really all that new because it was introduced last year, but a lot has changed from last year to now. We do have a hand raised from Board Member Earl. Do you have a question or comment?
I do. Thank you. It's good to see you, Representative Johnson. So this question, because there is some research currently out over the last year or so about some of the civics or action programs that are not doing what we hoped that they would do. And I'm just wondering, have you guys been able to kind of vet that so that we don't fall into the category of, I know this is a pilot program, so just getting to the root of what makes a successful action program versus what makes just action, right? If it's a civic action program of some kind, then certainly it should do the very things that we have, we're looking for, that understanding the Constitution and that kind of thing. So I'm just wondering if you've been able to kind of look at some of that research that's recently come out, or if, I guess I could send it on to you if you're not familiar with it, just to make sure we're headed in the right direction. So,
I personally think you hit the nail right on the head when you said the pilot, and I think we have to be really, really careful as we do these kinds of things. What are we doing with curriculum, and what is it that we want taught, and how do we assess that? And we have to be really, really careful about that. I actually have read some of those reports, and there are pitfalls, I think, that from reading those reports that we can avoid from the get-go. So I'm glad that you brought that up. It is something we have to pay attention to, and certainly I think the social studies specialist, Robert Austin, would be aware of that as he works with folks there at the State Department.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. We always look forward to seeing what's going to happen with the legislature and where their priorities are, and as these bills move forward and that we take a position, and we have our process too, Representative Johnson, and you've seen it work in the past. But we appreciate working with you and being called to the table and being accountable and making our case before you, and we appreciate your support. So we appreciate you coming today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm thankful and thankful for the board once again for all your work and all the specialist departments there at the state office. It is remarkable, and everybody knows I'm on the education side. So thank you.
I see another hand raised from one of our board members, Board Member Straight.
Yes, Representative Johnson, thanks for being with us today. Just maybe a thought. You may or may not be familiar with what we call Portrait of a Graduate.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear okay, Representative Johnson?
I can.
Okay, please continue, Board Member.
Portrait of a Graduate has been developed by the State Board in conjunction with their strategic plan. And I think that report could be very useful in regards to building or looking at what you mean by engagement as a template to help guide that. So that would be my encouragement, and I'd be glad to visit with you more about that, but I know now's not the time to go into great detail.
That's great. We'll sure use that. It's a wonderful document.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, Representative, and we appreciate you coming, and we're looking forward to seeing you often here over the next few weeks.
You bet. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you. Take care. Be safe.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, board members, I appreciate you coming back quickly from the lunch break. We'll dive right back into our item, our agenda. We were on 6.2, where Deputy Superintendent Jones had our discretionary funds reports up, and we were moving on to the 6.2.1 discussion item, possible action.
Yes, sir. This is Scott back again. So if we could pull up the proposed motion at your direction, Chair, is that okay?
Yes, some background on this is within our policy, if two or more board members want to have an item put on the agenda, that they can invite that, and then the chair can put that either in a committee or in a board meeting. And it was put on our agenda here today. And is board member Scott Hansen, you still with us?
I am here, Chair. Thanks.
You were one of the board members that wanted to bring this forth, and you helped craft a motion. Are you prepared to make a motion?
Sure. And then I'll speak to that if you'll allow me to. Yeah. But the motion is that the $54,155.55 of FML funds in excess of position requirements be returned to the discretionary account for future allocation by the board. If I could, there's a second, I'll speak to that.
Okay, good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second. This is board member. Second.
Okay. Well, yeah, that was like in harmony. So we'll give that to board member Earl. Board member Hansen, want to speak to your motion?
Certainly, and I'll make more motions if I can get those two board members to sing together. That's great. The board had a discussion at the time that we approved a position for a temporary USB director, a director of equity. And at the time of the discussion, it was very clear, and at least for me, going back and reviewing our discussion, we asked about the amount that was required for that position. $180,000 was the figure that was given. But the wording of the motion swept the remaining balance of the funds and allocated those to the position, which resulted in about $54,000 in excess of the 180 being allocated to that position. So the reason for the motion today is just to bring that allocation back to, I think, what most, if not all, of the board members thought we were doing at the time we made the motion. So it's to correct that misunderstanding. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? I'm seeing none. So the motion that's placed before the board is that $54,155.55 of the FML funds in excess of position requirements be returned to the discretionary account for future allocation by the board. Board members, at this time, please vote. And I'm not sure what's going to happen with the checks. I'm hoping I don't have to do a roll call vote, but we'll see how this plays out. Okay, Board Member Cannon, I'm not seeing. Board Member Hymas. So the motion passes. I'm just seeing if it's going to be unanimous. So Board Member Cannon, I'm going to call out your vote. Are you a yes or a no?
I am a yes, and I've put it up twice, and I've trying to use my little thing that says slower, thinking maybe that would leave it up there longer because it keeps disappearing. But yeah, I'm a yes.
Okay. The way that I'm seeing this, Vice Chair Belknap, the motion passes unanimously.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Huntsman, point of order.
Yes.
There's also, we have the ability to do an up thumb and a down thumb. If that would help us at all, it's under the More tab over to the right. You could do an up thumb or a down thumb. I realize it doesn't denote color, but we could try that if it
let's just do a quick test here. If everyone will turn their checks off. And Board Member Lear, if you can lower your hand. Okay, and if we go to the More.
I can't see the More.
Okay, well, you can use your hand, but let's you guys give it a thumbs up.
I got a thumbs up, but I don't have a thumbs down.
All right. So we'll work with you.
Carol Lear?
Yes.
I think it's under where the participants are, not under the reactions. Are you reactions?
I see.
Yeah, because I did the same thing. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
So it appears.
No, let me try. No, I don't seem to get it under participants either. I'll somehow let you know.
We'll figure it out.
I thought Molly's idea of thumbs up, green check, clapping, that did the trick.
Okay. Well, we'll
vote no. Can't vote no that way, but oh well.
Chair, this is Jerry. There is another option that I've just learned about. I could put this up.
Oh, I like that.
That seems very efficient.
That is, let's clear let's see if it works.
Okay.
Okay, Board Member Lear, your hand's still raised, and Board Member Moss, your thumb is up. So I just checked the yes. Will that show up on my screen as a, how do we inventory that? Jerry?
We're not able to see those results. I guess maybe the host can see those, but.
Yes, the host can see them. I'm sure that as soon as the poll closes, it will show for all of you, but.
There it goes and comes back, but it doesn't give us the individual votes. It just shows yes and no percentages.
Let's just try to get through our day with the way that we were doing it with our checks and hands. And if somebody can't get it, I'll call them out for their vote. It's a lot quicker than doing the roll call that we were doing a long time ago. Okay, well, let's continue. Everyone's got their hands and checks off. So Board Member Lear, your hand's still up. Did you have something you wanted to add, or will your hand not come down? Oh, we're good. All right. Well, we're back in 8.2. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Yes, sir. Hang on a second. I apologize. I think there's an Amber Alert going out. Okay, I'm good. Yes, sir. If we segue to 8.2, what this is 8.2 is a iterative process of the staff and staff providing input to the board and recommendations on funding requests. We're inclusive of all of our stakeholders, if you will, LEAs, all of the different entities. What we're going to do is provide, especially where we have new board members coming in at this time, this iterative process really starts right pretty much at the beginning of the fiscal year, the July-August timeframe. And what the process is the determination of the board's request for funding within the next legislative session. It's iterative, it's develops. What we do is it's tailored to follow the Budgetary Procedures Act. The Budgetary Procedures Act requires that that public education, the board, provides recommendations to the governor. That's mandated in the law, in the act. And that typically occurs around the October timeframe. Obviously, this year has been much different with the impacts of COVID on all sorts of our different processes. At first, the governor's office had declared that they didn't necessarily want additional funding requests due to concerns with revenue. That's fine. We understood that. Then, after the October board meeting, it became clear that there might be some opportunities with revenue. And so the governor did ask, or governor's staff asked for some additional input, which we followed that process in the November meeting. We turned, at that point, what the board had recommended over to the governor's office. We'll walk you through that a little bit more here in a few minutes. So that the December meeting, when we arrived at the December meeting, the board, at the same time, parallel to this was, of course, the voting on Amendment G that took place on November 3rd. Then, of course, the bills that were passed in the special session, which we'll get to here in a minute as well. So what has occurred from the last board meeting from December, but from your December board meeting to this board meeting, which was a very important event, it was the meeting of the Executive Appropriations Committee at the Utah Legislature. It is there that revenue has become even more clear. Typically, we land on exactly what revenue is available for public education in roughly about the first or second week in February. That's where everything comes together. It's solidified, and we move forward with what additional funding is available. There is a draft of the base budget bill out. I'm sure Dell will talk a little bit about that. So at this point, Chair, if I could orient the board members, if we could go back out, because I'm still seeing the action item on maybe it's my screen, I don't know. But yeah, if we could go back out though, I do want to orient the board members to the sub-agenda item, which really provides all the backup documentation of what occurred in the Executive Appropriations Committee. It's here that we would like board members, even after this meeting, if you'll take really a closer look at this, and if you have any questions or concerns, feel free to contact myself, Deborah Jacobson, Patrick Lee, or Del Frost. We'll answer any questions or concerns you might have about these reports that, again, came out of Executive Appropriations Committee on what the revenue position is at this time. As we get into more details about the actions that occurred from Executive Appropriations Committee, if the driver of this will just scroll down a little bit further, on this, stay on this chart, right? So after all of the Executive Appropriations Committee actions took place, which again had a lot to do with the fact that Amendment G passed. There's a House Bill 357. Again, we'll show you the details on what amounts to a tool we use, which is called our budget tracker. Dale Frost is going to walk you through a little bit more in the details on that. So where we ended up with is this report that there's, it was over $1 billion in one-time funds and $87 million of ongoing funds. Well, within that $1 billion of one-time funds, we're tracking at this point about $390 million that are in the education fund. And however, that $390 million is accessible by us, by public ed, by higher ed, and also now, due to the changes with Amendment G, departments, if you will, or entities that represent individuals with disabilities. So again, as we dive deeper into this process to keep you very informed about, consideration of revenue and the programs and process that you've already prioritized, we just want to make sure that we're very transparent and clear on where things are at with revenue. That $87 million that you see on the right there of ongoing funds is between the general fund and the education fund, is our understanding. And, if I'm missing anything here, Dale can clarify a little bit later here when I turn it over to him. The piece to that too is we work very closely. We have a great relationship, collaborative relationship with staff from the Legislative Fiscal Analyst Office and then also with GOMB. So we're all tracking this. We're all working together so that when the legislative session starts, when that gavel drops, we're all in tune with what you as the board has determined is what you would like to see or go forward as far as your request for what amounts to additional or available new revenue or new money. That $87 million, I don't quite have the detail of how much of that $87 million or $87 million of ongoing funding is available to public education at this point. There's been more details provided on one-time money to this point, so I just wanted to articulate that. So with that, Chair, again, I won't go into any of the other reports. I just felt it really beneficial to us all, to facilitate this process of, considering or arriving at this point where you all would like to proceed with your request for use of funding. Again, take a look at the other reports that are in there. And, we're always open for questions from any board members on any time about any of these numbers, where they come from or anything like that. So
Deputy Superintendent Jones, can you speak, because we have a lot of new board members here, these numbers come forward, and so there's opportunities to act. And when are those opportunities moving forward? And there's a sense in just how we present and assumptions and that we have to act today. And there's also a sense sometimes when we give these numbers that, and you've put the disclaimer in there a couple times, but because the number's up there, it's almost like, oh, we've got $87 million to work with. And so, but there's a reality. And so with these board members, is just to kind of help them out is, and I don't want to take the whole conversation, but there's a process as we move forward, as we work with the legislature to really see what's available. And we also listen to them too, to see what they think their priorities, the governors and et cetera. And when we align a certain way, we don't have to be perfectly aligned, then good things seem to come. But so can you talk about the time, a little bit of process and just high level and the timeline that's up in front of us again?
Sure.
Before, but
yeah, I can't emphasize enough the term that this is an iterative process. It's something that evolves over time and really leading up to the beginning of the session and throughout the session as well. What we do try to do, though, is, and so in the 5 years I've been here, and I'm sure Superintendent Dixon can attest to this too, is that the public education appropriations chairs have typically said, okay, first or second week roughly, or maybe the second meeting of PEA, they ask, where is the board at as far as, requests for funding, right? For, additional money beyond what's been put into the base budget, right? So, and this is especially different this year because of the impacts of COVID and a lot of the things that the superintendent teed up by way of her report related to, concerns or considerations of learning losses. And, a lot of input that we've been getting from, our great partners in the legislature, our great partners in the governor's office about, given, where we're at right now with revenue, where is the board at as far as, what would be most impactful and most helpful and most resourceful to the LEAs? It doesn't mean that if you say, this is our priority today, that prioritization can't change, right? As we get more information on available revenue or, more data and details, from Jennifer and her team, that, you will always have that opportunity, which is another reason why, during the session, we ask the board the board does meet weekly, every Thursday. And so that iterative process even takes on another frequency level, right? Because you're meeting weekly and we can make whatever adjustments that you as the board see fit. And that ultimately, and this has taken place every year I've been here, is always in the best interest of putting the most resources into our most precious resources, which are our educators and our students. So it's a pretty good proven process. Not perfect, but it's iterative. Did I answer your question, Chair Huntsman? I know I tend to.
Yes, and Board Member Cannon has her hand raised, so thank you. Okay. I just wanted to get that prelude before you turn it over to Mr. Frost. So, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. Scott, I am wondering if you could just give us an estimate. We had kind of a banner year for education last year at the legislature. Then COVID hit and all new funding was taken away. So now we find ourselves in a position where a lot of the requests are to restore the funding that was taken away. As you look at funding estimates, what possibilities do you see of the funding that was allotted last year being able to be restored during this session?
Yeah. Okay. Great question. And I'm ready. Adele and I are ready to answer that. So could we segue into the main portion of the agenda item, bring the tracker up and show you what's been appropriated now, where we see opportunities for funding? I think that's what you're asking, Board Member Cannon. Can we proceed that way? And then I'll check back with you and make sure that we answered your question. Will that work, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Chair, if it's okay at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Del Frost for him to basically catch us up on what was done between your last meeting in December and now, right? Reorient you all to what the board in December had prioritized to that point, and then go ahead with the recommendations based on, again, what input we're getting from the field, things related to learning losses and, maybe closing learning gaps out there. I've heard that term before too. So Chair, is it okay if I turn over to Dell just to quickly walk through, give us a summary of where we've been? Okay, Dell, you ready?
I'm ready. Scott, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Dale Frost, Fiscal Policy Analyst for the board. It's a pleasure to talk to you today. A couple of the pieces of information that I wanted to reiterate that Scott said was that the opportunities for funding increases this year are really in the one-time space. And we had a historic EAC session, that's the Executive Appropriations Committee session, where more money ongoing was appropriated to education than ever before in the base budget. I'm going to go over that. And that's primarily due to Constitutional Amendment G and their tied statutory requirements. but the Executive Appropriations Committee went well above and beyond what was required by those statutes. So I'll go into that in a little more detail. So in this first table you have here, thank you, Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I think you're controlling, is that correct? That if you see this first line here, items approved for the base budget. So the EAC appropriated a little more than $400 million into the base budget. These three columns are a little confusing in this first piece, and I'll go show you why, but it's because of a new restricted account called the Public Education Economic Stabilization Restricted Account. And that is meant to help the state weather hard budget times in future years. So it actually moves some of the funds from one time to ongoing, and it looks higher than it actually is. But the $400 million is accurate there, and I'll go through all those pieces. And then you'll see that the top priority business cases, that amount is significantly higher because there's $260 million that we're recommending in one-time funds be allocated to address these learning loss issues that have been articulated by the superintendent, by Director Thronson, and others. So I'll quickly go through what was included in the base budget, and I will be happy to answer questions after or throughout. Just let me know, Chair Huntsman. So if we can scroll down a little bit.
So hey, Dale, yes. Hang on with that. So you're going to tell us where we're at, and then tell us what the opportunity is before us, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let me see what Vice Chair Davis, did you have a question before Dale continues?
I just had a question about what was included in the base budget, and I can ask that later if you would.
Okay, I saw your hand raised, so.
There was one piece that was missing that I thought was legislatively appropriated. I wanted to double check.
Okay, Dale, why don't you proceed where we're at and then what the opportunity is before us. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And let me know if I don't answer the base budget question that you have, Vice Chair Davis. So the first piece here is the most consequential, I would argue, which is an increase in the WPU value. If you remember, the WPU value last year was increased by 6%, and that was rescinded. And then in the summer, the legislature increased the WPU value by 1.8%. What they did in the EAC meeting was to further increase the WPU value by almost 6%, 5.92%, to about from 3,596 to 3,809. And so that's actually a higher level than what came out of the 2020 general session. And these are flexible funds used and allocated to all LEAs based on enrollments and ADM. And I wanted to point out that 89 million of this $200 million, 203 million that was provided was actually discretionary increases above and beyond what was required in Constitutional Amendment G. So that's the first piece. The next piece is funding enrollment growth. So these are new students in new programs. Some of this is contingency funds for in case we have enrollment growth above and beyond what we projected through the Common Data Committee process. So if you can scroll down, so that's about 33 million if you include one time. Additionally, there are hold harmless provisions in statute that requires if students move around the system in certain ways, it actually costs more for the system. It holds harmless certain LEAs and then provides that growth funding to other LEAs. And so they included 43 million over the next 2 years, 21.5 million to help pay for those things. And then the next piece is the Public Education Economic Stabilization Restricted Account. They allocate 127 million ongoing and reduce that one time. And what this will do over time is create ongoing capacity so that when there are years without available ongoing revenues, that this stabilization account can fund things such as the required WPU value increase and enrollment growth that's now part of Constitutional Amendment G. So the next inclusion was $121 million to provide COVID stipends to educators and support staff within LEAs, and that was discretionary as well. And then there was a small increase to support the administrative costs for the statewide online education program. So those were the increases for public education that were included in that are going to be included in the base budget that were approved by EAC. So I do want to check, Vice Chair Davis, did I not answer your question?
Vice Chair Davis?
I thought that in HB 357 that there was a piece that included advanced placement and concurrent enrollment, that it would be funded automatically for growth and not at just a limited budget. Did that get taken out somewhere along the way?
If I may answer that, Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Dale.
So in the 203 million, especially concurrent enrollment and enhanced or accelerated programming for students is included in that. I would have to go back and see because there was also a statutory change to talk about program growth rather than overall growth. And I'd have to go back and look at and see what happened on that front.
Chair, may I follow up?
Let's follow up.
If we could get that information, that would be helpful, because then it would help us to know if we need to make strides in that area or requests in that space to grow those programs for all students.
We definitely can follow up with that information. But both of those programs will receive an increase due to the WPU value increase. But we'll answer your additional questions. So that is the base.
Mr.
Yes.
Frost, I think Dr. Thronston might have a comment on that. Her hand was raised from staff. Jennifer? Sorry to interrupt you, Dale. But did you have an answer to that?
Yes, thank you. So,
and your mic's working good.
Yay. Dr. Jennifer Thronston, Director of Teaching and Learning. Specifically for this one, the previous ask was a much larger growth ask in terms of the program is continuously outpacing the amount of money and the growth of the program. So prior legislation year, we asked to kind of grow the program to actually keep pace with the growth we already have and to be able to grow over time. At this time, as you all know, given the current fiscal restraints, that is no longer the ask and would just be kind of going with the previous status quo of just the growth to enrollment over time. But ultimately, in the long run, we would like to see that population continue to grow in funding, as the population has definitely outpaced the funding.
Okay. Board Member Davis, did you have a follow-up for Jennifer or anything for your question? For Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, I thought that the new scenario would be that it would be funded for growth, but Angie Stallings is trying to raise her hand, so maybe she has a thought on this as well.
Okay, well, sorry, Dale, we've got your presentation hung up here. So, Deputy Superintendent Stallings, do you have an answer to Vice Chair Davis's question?
Yes, thank you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. Just kind of a reminder, in general, there are quite a few programs with automatic statutory inflators included, including the one you just mentioned, Vice Chair Davis. Those inflation adjustments or those growth adjustments usually come in the second budget bill that comes at the end of the session. You may remember that last year was the first year that we saw enrollment growth, and that was it, just enrollment growth only included in the base budget. And then this year you see a lot more included in the base budget that's really related to HB 357 and then the special session bill, I believe it was HB 6011. The other long-standing inflationary adjustments to programs like the one you mentioned will likely be included in the final budget bill that we'll see the last week of the session. And Deputy Superintendent Jones or Del could correct me, but that's historically when that growth comes at the end of the session, not in the base budget.
And Chair, if I may add, there are 2 business cases already on the list in the pass-through programs lines that have to do with program enrollment growth for those programs. So this is enrollment growth above and beyond general enrollment growth, and to help keep up the funding of those programs. And so hopefully that gets to Vice Chair Davis's questions. So can I now move on to the prioritized items that have already been prioritized by the board? And this again was in the December meeting.
Yeah.
So Angie, if you can scroll down. Great, thank you. So there are 6 priorities that were prioritized by the board in December, and I'll very briefly go over them. The superintendent in her presentation mentioned House Bill 114, and to expand upon that, an important portion of that is priority number 1, which is the early grades professional learning. That would provide professional learning strategies, coaches, development to early educators, and this is especially needed in times of COVID. So that's $5 million. The previous request was much larger, and this would be to restore what came out of the 2020 general session. The next priority, number 2, is the remaining request for OEK, the optional enhanced kindergarten program, that provides full day kindergarten and other enhanced opportunities for students who show academic need. The legislature had appropriated almost $17.5 million in the base budget, and there's about $8 million needed to address the full need according to the KEEP assessments. And that's about 40% of kindergartners if parents choose to put their kids in these programs. And so that's the request at $8.6 million. Those are the only 2 ongoing requests in the prioritized column. And I will stress, and this might go to Member Cannon's question, you'll see that there are a lot of prioritizations that come after with one-time funds, and that is that $1 billion statewide, about $400 million of which we think is from the education fund. But there's very few limited funds on the ongoing side. Again, it was $87 million across the state, and that's not just education agencies, but that is all the general fund agencies and everything else. And so I would stress to board members that, especially on the ongoing side, we expect funds to be very limited, especially because so much ongoing funding has already been allocated towards education. Not saying it's impossible, but it will be limited. So number 3, the intensive services pilot program. There was a $3 million state program that was cut in the summer due to COVID, and this provided funding for the most expensive, high-needs special education students to LEAs on a reimbursement basis. And this would replace that with a pilot program with one-time funds that would look at better ways to provide a more equitable distribution of those funds. And so that's number 3. Number 4 is a key need that we know of right now in this COVID era, which is expanded access to broadband. If we could scroll down just a little bit, Angie. There is a current program right now funded through coronavirus relief funds to provide broadband hotspot emergency grants to LEAs. That runs out in 2021, this school year, and our request is to fund that through 2022 with largely one-time funds. And the last 2 are to provide supports and resources to specific populations of students that we know there are lots of needs. There is a program called the EARS program, the Enhancement for At-Risk Students program. And these are programs that are living in poverty or are at risk of academic failure, show high mobility, show limited English proficiency, are homeless or chronically absent. And we know these students have been particularly hard hit by the COVID pandemic. And number 5 would be to provide a one-time infusion of funds to provide increased supports for those students. And the final one was a new program to re-engage learners who are disconnected. We know that there are learners who have become disconnected. We know there are large learning loss issues we didn't know the extent of one-time funds available. And so what we had imagined and proposed to the board last month was a fairly narrow program that would be a qualifying grant, a competitive or a reimbursement program grant to specifically provide services to target those disengaged students and the supports they need. So now if we can go down to the next, so staff is bringing to the board for consideration and prioritization 2 one-time requests. And the first one, we are recommending actually replace this number 6 priority because it would address those needs, but then also be much broader. So this would be a $60 million one-time request. And if you look at the EAC documents, the green document shows that there's $60 million in balances that can be utilized one time, at least in the education fund. And our thought process here is that there is clear evidence of learning loss, and we need to provide resources to LEAs right away to start to provide interventions and supports this school year. And so the thought process would be to get this passed and out as quickly as we can so that we can get those funds allocated to LEAs. It would be based on a proportional share of their WPUs, but then they would need to use those for interventions and supports to help students address issues related to academic needs for COVID-19. So the superintendent talked about the Ogden Summer Bridge program very briefly. I wanted to just mention that. That's a really good example, but it's not the only example. But we are studying that to kind of better determine whether these placeholder amounts of 60 and 200 are needed. But what Ogden did this last summer, they provided 5 different programs that fall under their Summer Bridge programs. The first was a literacy. They provided literacy grab-and-go packs for students K through 8. And for elementary kids, they also provided literacy camps and math boot camps. And this was during the summer. For high school students, they provided math summer learning, and they also provided credit recovery programs and broader online courses. And it seems to have made a big difference for the district. We're still analyzing that and digging into what we can learn to support LEAs statewide, because as the superintendent said, that is a promising example, but other LEAs have really innovative and promising ideas to help their students. And so we don't want to make it too restrictive, but at the same time, we want to provide guardrails so that the students who need the supports get those in a timely manner. So that's the $60 million to be used this year, and it would replace priority number 6. So it would help in disengaged learners, but also broader learning loss issues across the system. And then the $200 million would be one time utilized for next school year. And this would continue interventions and supports, which could be early summer through the year. But then also we envision utilizing part of this funding to support innovation to help out with some of those issues where teachers are burnt out because of teaching under multiple modalities without the systems to support them, and to really support pilot work and innovation so that if there is ever a time in the future where students have to go through anything like they've had this last year, that there wouldn't be the learning losses that we've seen. So those are some of the ideas. I know there's a lot more work to be done on these 2 business cases, but we wanted to get these ideas early to you, and we would finalize these business cases and bring them back to the board at the first legislative update meeting, I think on the 21st. And so those, and I don't know if you have questions about those 2. And we also have staff who can really speak more to the uses of these funds and the benefits to students. So I'll start up there. Chair Huntsman, are there questions?
Yes, we have quite a few hands raised. Let's start with representative. I'm just been terrible. Let's go to Board Member Moss. I see that moss, and I jumped to represent. I don't know why. I apologize. They must be related.
It's okay. I saw one of the translation of the commentary turn somebody into God. So, you're not the only one making promotions. Just two quick questions. One is, the bridge program at Ogden is terrific. And I know my district, Wasatch, had a good Spanish language development bridge program. I know there are good things going on. I'm curious the extent to which we have knowledge. I know we're midstream here and people are still swimming and, trying to stay above water. But as you look at this, infusion of funding, to what extent do we know or need to know what's working? And beyond, kind of reference to Ogden, that's my first question. And the second one, somewhat related, is it seems like some of these programs might have some overlap. And I'm curious the extent to which these are going to be clarified for particular focus, and hopefully that has some relation to the first question, right? It's what's working, and is some of this support for students at risk, would that be duplicative of immediate response money? Would some of that be also addressed by broadband for those kids who have been literally disconnected in the virtual world and not being able to take advantage of online offerings? So it's impossible to hit those. And I'm sorry, Chair, I probably breached protocol.
That's a lot of questions. I'm trying to keep track of them. I think, Superintendent, are you ready to, did you want to respond first?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. Thank you, Chair Huntsman, and thank you for the questions, Board Member Moss. I think they're really important questions. As we've discussed this on the backside of trying to put these numbers forward, we feel like there are some very distinct categories, and we agree with you that there needs to be both data-driven decision-making on the front end, but also metrics of how we'll continue to measure our efforts. And everything needs to truly be framed around that. We do have some data, as mentioned by Jennifer Thronson, Dr. Thronson, to let us know where our current status. We also have some data on interventions that have taken place, such as the Ogden scenario, and other districts and charters have scenarios that they've tried with interventions as well. So to your point, however, we're just leaning into this, and there are some things that people may want to try that are innovative, and maybe that's appropriate for pilot funding. But again, you'd have to wrap that in data about how will you measure the outcomes. So as we put this money forward, these are general business cases, general in the nature that we know a lot of that needs to be built in. This is also typical of the process where we try to put as much information as possible. But when we're talking about large sums of money with a disbursement methodology out to the LEAs, we want to make sure that we connote that context matters and that there are both unique circumstances and methodologies. So it's sort of a macro approach, but also this micro built in according to how people might use the money. So trying to capture the macro, to your point, in these various business cases. Could there be overlap? Maybe, but if there's targeted funds, for example, that are around broadband, then you could put guardrails around that. If there's something specific, though, to professional learning, then that's, as Dale outlined in House Bill 114, that's very specific. So I think this is one of those unique circumstances, as we've learned along the way, that if you make the gate too narrow, then it limits people's ability for discovery. But I think we need to continue to ask the questions that you're asking. They're important, and we need to build those things in as we lay out applications.
Did you have a follow-up, Board Member Moss?
No, thank you, Superintendent.
Okay.
And Chair, if I may add, some of the specific questions will be answered with the full business cases. But again, there are still things that we do not know, and we can't make the program so restrictive that we can't provide the services to students, because we know timeliness is very important too. And so there's a balance here, and we're trying to strike that and utilize the resources available is the thought process.
So Dale, isn't it fair to say also that the LEAs are weighing in on this too, that they don't want to be too restrictive and they're looking at their own opportunities with their existing resources too, so they are still seeking flexibility. And so there's still a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
Okay. Board Member Hanson?
Thanks, and I'll be brief. It's kind of piggybacking on Board Member Moss's question, I guess. As far as strategy goes, do we, as a USB, feel like it's better to go after a big hit and maybe lump some of these together rather than breaking it down into small chunks? And how does that affect our ability to get a legislator on board to help push the legislation through? Are there some who are more willing to get behind, say, a broadband initiative rather than a big omnibus kind of a spend that would be more similar to a WPU kind of ask, where we're asking for funds for the LEAs to use for coronavirus in general, but not specifically giving them specific direction or guardrails? Just more a question about strategy rather than how we're going to break these down.
Chair, could we have Scott or Angie maybe answer that question, or the superintendent? Is that possible?
I'm just looking for a hand from either one of them that want to weigh in on the strategy. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. So from a strategy perspective, I think this goes to the ability to balance, the balancing act, if you will, of ensuring that we maximize our effort to get as much resources as we can into the field and for the flexibility. So from my vantage point and from the input I've got, talking with some legislators, but mostly, staff to staff, is that, there's going to be a lot of support for us, for public education, for using one-time money to address these, titled learning losses, by a bigger ask, so to approach Board Member Hanson's question, to utilize what we know is the one-time funding, is that we should, my recommendation is to replace priority number 6 and then recommend for prioritization the $200 million so that it's more of a bigger thing. And then by way of the process of identifying where those losses are occurring and to what populations and in what areas of the state, it maximizes the flexibility for distribution of these large sum amounts to really get to what we call precision funding at that level that it's needed most. Because and Superintendent Dixon can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be an error for us to say that one place looks like another, right? To do it. This recommendation that you're seeing here in a global sense or a macro sense really will maximize the effort and the ability for us to respond well for, districts and charter schools in their local areas and their populations to have the flexibility they need to respond to their individual students at their levels. So my answer to Board Member Hanson is I would try to consolidate this as much as possible. Yes, add specificity to there, but make sure that we can provide as much flexibility to the LEAs as possible to do what they need to do at their level. So does that answer your question, sir?
I'll follow up, Board Member Hanson.
Yeah, it helps. I appreciate it. I know there's no cut and dried, up or down answer on this. I just wondered if we had legislators who were willing to get behind the big ask, because I know it's been easier maybe in the past to have them hone in on something specific that they can say, yes, I'm for broadband or I'm for this or that. So
I think, sir, if I may, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
So I think you're still going to see some of that. But again, the input that I've been getting is, let's arrive at a number, or a request for funding, but then also provide as much flexibility, at the local level as possible to, respond or to do what's necessary. So I think it would be value added if we heard from Superintendent Dixon on this too, because I don't want to misrepresent anything.
Okay. Superintendent Dixon, do you want to add anything here before we move on?
I would be happy to. And I just want to commend Deputy Superintendent Jones. He did not misrepresent at all, but I do want to emphasize that delicate balance of trying to make sure that we give legislators answers that they're looking for. If I were in their shoes and in your shoes, I definitely want to know how the money is being spent and being targeted to make a difference. How will we know? What will the data look like? How will we determine that we're targeting the funding at the right things? Out in the field, I do believe they want flexibility, but also enough of a guardrail that they can work with colleagues, know how to target the funding. And I want to just add that I think where we'll have to get more information from the field will be essential in also determining how the federal funding will be used versus the state funding. We have a lot of one-time funding coming at us, and I think it gives us an opportunity as a staff to now reach out to the field again. We've done this in the past, and Sarah Young's done an amazing job of tracking this and reporting it back to you. But I do think that we need to perhaps this week, right after board meeting, quickly gather some more information to see the ideas that are out there in the field about how they might spend some of these funds. I think that's a question we will get asked, given that we've got this new influx of ESSER 2, plus these one-time funds that we're asking for. So we'll reach out to the field and get that additional data.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know that this isn't business as usual this year. We've got a big problem, and legislators may be more willing to open up the wallet even without the specifics, but I'll be interested as well in seeing that business case fleshed out as we get more information.
All right. Vice Chair Belknap, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I'll piggyback really fast on what Scott said. I don't think we can make any decisions today on this until this is we have a full business case. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Lear.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm hearing correctly because there's a lot of, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry.
Okay. I'm just wanting to make sure I am hearing and understanding correctly. We've talked about professional development. We've talked about LEA responses. We've talked, and there are different forms of the same phrase. I'm just wanting to understand, and Scott Jones just spoke to this also. I'm just wanting to be sure that LEAs have maximum flexibility over how these funds are spent. I understand guardrails, but I also, and I think that's a bit of a, I think we're speaking out of both sides of our mouths sometimes. And I'm trying to understand if Granite District chooses a particular professional development path or source, or that it's not the state board's responsibility to redirect that or take the money away or even criticize it. And I hope we can pass that on to the legislature as the legislature extends local control, but then sometimes has penalties for the wrong kind of local control. So am I misunderstanding? I don't know if that's a question for Scott or for Sid, and you may feel like you're repeating yourself, but I feel like I'm getting a mixed message.
Dr. Dixon, Superintendent.
Thank you. I understand, Board Member Lear, how that feels like a mixed message. It sort of is, in that we hear mixed messages from the field as well. So I agree that what we hear is the ability to have flexibility, and Ogden looks very different than San Juan, than Paiute, than Summit, Charter, et cetera. So we all agree that flexibility is important. I think the guardrails are more categorical. In other words, they want to be clear what they can spend it on. If you look at the ESSER funds, for example, they come with the funds came to us accompanied by a letter from Secretary DeVos asking that we focus on keeping students in school safely. But when you dig into the regulations, they read a little more general or more specific rather in categories. I think the same is true for the legislature. They want to know some general categories about how these items are to be spent. So providing them a list of the possibilities that doesn't dictate this is how exactly you have to spend these state dollars, but here's some possibilities that our LEAs are talking about and the things that they think are important that will make a difference. So it's that delicate balance and dance of the very things that Board Member Moss spoke to earlier. You know, how will we know? How will they measure them? And that's something at the heels, I think, of the LEAs as they ask for the funding to meet their needs. How will they know that it's making a difference? I hope that helped.
Sort of. Just a brief follow-up, Chair, just to say it would be my desire that we can be as flexible as possible with LEAs and also defend that local control when that opportunity arises with the feds, with the legislature, because I very much agree that Salt Lake's decisions and needs are very different than Canyon's or even Granite, even though they their borders are contiguous. We still have different needs, and I feel like we give lip service to that local control, and sometimes the defense is wanting when that occasion occurs, and I strongly support that. Thank you.
Chair Huntsman, may I quickly follow up?
Yes, please.
I think with the ESSER funds, there's a great opportunity for a lot of local control as we send those out by formula to the LEAs. I think in terms of the state one-time money, local control is also important, but it's probably a different audience for our legislature to want some things in particular categories so that when we report back to them, we can report it categorically. I think that's, Scott, I hope I didn't misrepresent what you were saying, but that's definitely the message that we're getting from the Hill. And I think that goes back to Board Member Hansen's question about the right approach. If I may just add, sir, that I do believe if it would be in our best interest if the board could act on this today, with the caveat knowing that some of these things will be fleshed out further in the business cases that will come forward. And I know that we have a legislative board meeting, I believe, in a couple of weeks, but we will be called on as your staff in the next couple of weeks to have meetings with analysts and legislative leadership. The governor's office, I believe, will roll out their budget the next couple of days. And if we can at least get clear about our priorities as we engage in those conversations, it would be very helpful.
Okay. Board Member Earl.
Yeah, thank you. I'm having a little bit of a hard time balancing this out, especially with the more than $2 million we're getting from the federal government, which, yeah, it's for reopening schools, but I'm just reading their cover letter. It's to restore, maintain high quality learning environments and to take comprehensive action to mitigate the unprecedented learning losses. And it goes on a little bit further. So I'm seeing this as the same thing, and maybe I'm missing that. I guess what I'm saying is I'm wondering if the legislature is going to be like, well, aren't you getting federal monies to the tune of $2 million? I guess I'm trying to figure this out in my mind. And then when they look at what we've spent with ESSER 1, which some of the funding we've spent all the way, and other funding we're below 50%, and it was supposed to be spent, which they extended that out by December. So it's kind of hard, especially right now, to make a decision on something I'm not seeing the full details on. And I think we have time. Am I wrong in saying that? So I don't know if someone could address those concerns.
Deputy Superintendent Jones.
So let me try to answer Board Member Earl's question, sir, or address the concern. Yes, yes, we have the CARES Act funding. If the board were to prioritize, with the caveat that the superintendent said, the use of what we have right now is a picture of the availability of one-time funds towards these purposes. What it does is it allows staff to engage with the legislative fiscal analysts, with the, to her point, to the superintendent's point, that to say, we need to arrive and balance this equation of what the CARES Act funding money means and what this request means as well, in the interest of our board's governance over public education, right? The risk is if you don't prioritize or request that this one-time money be used along this line or for these purposes, subject to further analytics and evaluation of the applicability of the CARES Act funding, and getting the input we will need, and we always support or address from the field itself, then we can balance this equation. Then we can come back to you and say, and to the legislature and say, look, this is how the CARES Act funding falls in, and it's enough or it's not enough, or here's where the state funding can come in. Because again, right now there's $390 million that we're tracking of funds, of one-time funds in the education fund. So we also have, to our right, and our left, the higher ed and the, other agencies that will also want to make requests of this one-time funding. So by prioritizing this one-time funding at these levels, it doesn't mean that will always be set. It could change to more, it could change to less. But what it does is it does enable us to say that this is what the board would like, and it will be subject to further development and analytics that support, board member Earl's concern or her question about, look, there's all this other funding coming from CARES Act. Well, that's just developed within the last couple of days or weeks on that too. By prioritizing the one-time money that we have out there along this line, at this point, again, facilitates, I think, exactly what your questions, facilitates our ability to answer your questions, ma'am. So does that help at all?
Well, isn't this the same? We're making the same request as the CARES Act funding. I'm not seeing a huge difference there. There may be some slight scope in your schools, which we're doing. Some of our districts are still working on that. So that's where I'm having a hard time differentiating between the two. And that makes it harder because the one we are guaranteed to get the funding for, and the other we're having, anyways, I'm trying to balance that out is what I'm saying. So thank you.
Okay. And if
may I respond? One of the things and one of the challenges, as Scott mentioned, was this is developing so quickly. We're getting some of the guidance literally 2 days ago, and we're still parsing through the regulations, and we're still going to continue to receive regulations on the new funds. And so part of the thought process, once we found out about EAC, was we were thinking about CARES 1, which, and much of that funding was very restricted to virus mitigation, PPE, the sanitization of spaces, and very specific types of virus mitigation activities. Not saying that's the only thing that CARES has been used for, but that was a lot of what we were thinking of, where the state funds, contingent on the legislature approving the use of those funds, can be used more broadly to meet the academic needs of students. And so, but there's no intention I can at least say this, we don't want to utilize state funds for things that the CARES funding can be used for. We want to use the CARES funding and the stimulus dollars as effectively as possible, and then utilize state dollars in those other ways that may not be as available based on the regulations. But again, this is developing, all at the same time. We're building the airplane as it's flying. That's one of the reasons why it appears that there is more overlap than will be.
Well, thank you. So I have a question for Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones that might help for this a little bit. What's being proposed here, the way that I see this in the big picture, is with this new awareness of this funding, by acting on this, it gets us to the table. We want to get to the table and then sort out the CARES and those restrictions while we're talking to the legislature to create other opportunities. And those opportunities are not clearly defined yet, but will be defined where we can come up with one-time money that can pay for extra teacher development days, maybe even extended calendar, days, summer bridge programs, but it gets us at the table with the legislature to be able to work this. If we drag our feet on this, if I'm seeing this right, and we don't go to the table to start the discussions, then where will we be? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And so the water is not pushed to the end of the row. The deals are not done, but I see that we need to get to this gets us to the table. Am I seeing this wrong, Deputy Superintendent Jones?
No, sir. I couldn't summarize it any better, sir. Thank you.
So the details will be played out probably in the next few weeks several weeks as this plays out. But thank you. We have more questions or comments as staff. We have staff with their hand raised. Sarah Young.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. So just an additional piece of information that I'd share related to the existing funding streams, the new funding stream of ESSER 2, and then this opportunity for state funds. The messaging that we've heard from the field is that resources are definitely in need. And just because we are reflecting to you a percentage of reimbursement requests, honestly, much of that is based on a limited capacity in the business administrative offices to file the appropriate paperwork. So it's not that the funds haven't been spent and aren't being used. It's just a question of it takes time for them to get all of the documentation that we require to be able to process those reimbursements. So I just wanted to share that additional information to provide some context related to there are a lot of needs in the field related to CARES, not just for the existing funding, the new federal funding, but also this opportunity for state funding that may not have been clear in my original presentation. Thank you for being able to share that.
Okay. Board Member Hart.
Yeah, it does sound like a lot of money, and I understand that, but I just keep returning back to a 15% learning loss, comparing last year to this year across subjects and across demographics. That is a huge need. And now, in the field, we're starting to plan for next year, and we're staring down the reality of opening, with masks and still needing to mitigate, and address the virus. And we don't know when a vaccine is coming for school-age children. I do see a difference between COVID response and educational response due to the loss of learning. I also do hear, and I want to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly, that state funding could be used for such things as preparing teachers for having to teach in multiple modalities, and that may or may not be part of ESSER 2. Is that correct?
Sarah Young, do you want to answer that, or can you, or do you know what's in that?
I realize it's only been 2 days.
No, it's a great question. So I'm actually, if you'd be willing to repeat it, I want to make sure I answer the comprehensive question.
I see the opportunity for state funding to address more the learning loss and the preparation for continuing into the fall with multiple modalities of learning and the realities of COVID. And then the ESSER 2 money as more of a COVID response, PPE, air purification, things that we know are effective for responding to COVID. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to in the ESSER 2 whether learning loss mitigation is included in that, or is it more based on PPE and COVID response? Does that make sense?
It does, yes, thank you. So in terms of the new ESSER 2 funding, it's important to note that the federal guidelines really authorize any of the activities that are authorized under our current Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So similar to ESSER 1, that's a pretty broad opportunity for funding. However, to your point, Board Member Hart, we have seen that our LEAs have used their previous ESSER money towards those COVID mitigation components, such as air filtration, such as opportunities for PPE, additional cleaning and sanitization, and other kind of infrastructure related needs. I think that your articulation of how we could frame it as an agency related to federal dollars being used for those more infrastructure related needs, whereas the state dollars being used to mitigate learning losses would definitely be an approach that our current data about what we've spent on would back up.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Davis?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the board replace the business case titled Re-engaging Learners Who Are Disconnected for $5 million one time with the business case titled Immediate Response to Learning Losses Created by the COVID-19 Pandemic for $60 million one time, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second. Board Member Straight.
Okay. Board Member Davis, you want to speak to the motion? Vice Chair Davis, sorry.
Yeah, no worries at all. I really think I'm just trying to look for somewhat of a compromise to get moving in my head here, because it's difficult to move forward, and I'm sensing when I'm listening to board members, it's difficult to move forward on this right now because we can't see the business cases in detail. And so while we love what we're hearing from the presentations, it's hard to know how those exactly are going to flesh out in the actual business case. And then it's even more compounded because we don't get to necessarily really have a say on the business cases. So before you see it, it's hard to vote on it. However, we're in a really tight time frame right now. And we've got to get talking about some of these issues with the legislature. So at least for right now, until we get, and someone else can make another motion, but at least for right now, until we get some of the other things figured out with ESSER and what exactly the 200 million will look like and reprioritizing, at least just for right now, I think we could replace the 5 million with the 60 million, understanding that it's probably going to look like what we've heard today, and just put that in the same spot with the understanding that we may come back in 2 weeks and reprioritize all of this and add more. But for right now, I think we need to at least make a move.
Someone's typing with their mic open.
That would not be me. Okay. Discussion to the motion. We have a motion on the table. Board Member Hart? Discussion, okay. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so the motion before the board is that the board replace the business case titled Re-engaging Learners Who Are Disconnected for 5 million one time with the business case titled Immediate Response to Learning Losses Created by the COVID-19 Pandemic for 60 million one time. That is the motion on the table and before the board. So board members on this, please vote. Let's try the green check again. Okay, board member Lear, I'm not seeing, are you a yay or an nay?
I tried to do what you said. I voted green. Yes.
You're a yes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Belknap, I'm seeing this passes unanimously. Is that what you're seeing? Okay, Lear. Oh, no, Hymas, I didn't see yours. Board member Hymas?
Yeah, it's sorry guys. It's there. I hit that green check like 4 times.
I'm sorry.
From here on out.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yep, and then everyone needs to remove their hands and checks.
Okay, please remove your checks and hands. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, and the checks are slowly coming off. Sometimes it's hard to get them on. Okay, thank you. The way this discussion's been going, I'm not seeing any other. Is there more to the presentation? I don't think there is, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. Is there any other motions? Board Member Davis, was your hand raised? Or Vice Chair Davis? I'm going to get that right.
It's just fine. Yes, please forgive me, but I've been trying to get answers on the $4 million for representatives. I need to make a motion. I move that we prioritize $4 million for the USIM LEA counterpart money and put it as the next one in our priority list. I believe it's number 7. I'm sorry for doing this on the fly. I'm just getting info that we need to have it on there.
Right, the typewriter's on again.
Yeah, I don't know where that typewriter's coming from, and it's definitely.
I think it's actually Board Member Davis's mic, and when you look at the list, when you speak, that little typing sound comes up, and it's the only mic on. So I apologize, Board Member Davis, but I think it might be something with your mic.
Okay, so the way that I'm seeing this motion is that the board prioritized 4 million USIMs, the 2020 HB 67 as board priority number 7. Is there a second?
Second, Belknap.
You want to speak to the motion, Vice Chair Davis?
Sure, I will. I just think this is something that we have to prioritize. Nobody else is going to ask for this. We've got USBA and some others asking for some of the things that we are also asking for, but this is the one that we specifically have asked for. We have schools that are struggling with reporting requirements, and once we get USIMs up and running, we think theoretically it's going to cut a lot of that reporting down, even by maybe 50%. Not only that, this will save money. So the licenses that are purchased with this $4 million will save money overall, and in time it will not only pay for itself but save money. And I think that Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones could speak to this as well. And I'm sorry that my microphone is doing that. I will try to figure it out. But I would love to hear from Deputy Superintendent Jones if he's willing to speak about this and why it's crucial that it gets funded this year.
Well, and we do have that justification from recall from the past when we were moving this forward. So Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, can you speak to the support and the justification that we had in the past on this?
Right. So very quickly, and Board Member Davis touched on this, is, we've identified concerns with systems in various LEAs, and in order to meet, the requirement of the USIMS bill, that we have that interoperability. This funding was intended $4 million ongoing money to provide the ability for us to provide LEAs the ability to configure their financial systems, upgrade them, purchase whole new systems to meet the requirements of interoperability with USIMS, but more so, along the lines of reporting. So even with like the school fees implementations, things like that, anytime changes like that occur, it's, they can impact the systems. And if you lack the systems, then you can't necessarily meet the requirements of the changes unless you have the systems or the resources, if you will, to do that. So, HB 67 was intended to provide resources to LEAs so that we could, and it's financial systems specific. It's to increase the interoperability of the ability for USIMS, but then also to provide them with resources or up-to-date systems that can, really track and help meet the requirements of program accounting, dual entry accounting, all of those. So it's, there's a lot of justification, a lot of good reason why, we want to see this supported. If I may, Chair, I do need to clarify though. Yeah, okay. So somebody's typed in there, is this ongoing or one time? That's the only clarification I'd also like to see maybe could be made as part of the motion.
I don't think we're going to amend the motion. I'll restate it, make sure the maker of the motion and the second still good on it. But why don't I just state it right now, and then we'll go to more discussion to have this cleaned up. And the way I see this is that the board prioritized $4 million ongoing one time to fund the LEA Financial Information System Program that was in 2020 HB 67 as board priority number 7. Vice Chair Davis, is this your motion?
Yes, but you said ongoing and one time in the sentence. So which do we need it to be?
What do we need it to be? What do you want it?
Ongoing.
Ongoing.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's ongoing. Vice Chair Belknap, you're the second. Are you still good? I just don't want to amend all of this. Okay, Board Member Lear, question, comment? Or
Yes, thank you. I'll say this much more simply than Scott did. Unless we have an accurate system that takes in the information, we can't possibly provide accurate data back to LEAs, back to the legislature, back to the federal government. And I worked with, as I'm recalling, that an update and upgrade of the Cactus system is part of this. Is that true, Scott? You can you can nod or shake your head.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Scott.
No, this request in HB 67 was centric to financial information systems in the LEAs. Okay. USIMS is the docking station, if you will, or the mothership for financial systems, student information systems, and educator like Cactus system. I think that's what you're meaning, ma'am.
Right. Okay, I'll stick with the first part of my comment, that until we have a system that accurately takes in information, we can't simplify reporting effectively. And this is just something that's very necessary, as tight as money is. And that may be new information for new board members, but it's simply the financial system that needs to be accurate, or we waste a lot of time and we don't know how credible the results are. So I fully support this motion.
Okay, Member Norton.
I just wanted to add on to that statement that we heard Sarah Young say earlier today. The reason that we haven't seen this money being used is because the business administrators in some of these small districts, that's the superintendents, just are deluged in these reports. So I think anything that we can help them with to automate is good for everybody.
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. The motion before the board is that the board prioritize $4 million ongoing to fund the LEA Financial Information Systems Program 2020 House Bill 67 as board priority number 7. Board members at this time, please vote. Board Member Lear, are you a yes? In favor? We're not seeing a hand, but a verbal would be nice. Board Member Lear?
I'm sorry. Yes, I've got my thumb up. That's what that means. I can't get my.
It still won't jump up, so I'll still ask you, but thank you for responding. The voting is complete, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. So it's clear we still have some hands up. Board Member Belknap, your hand's raised. Or Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay.
If I can get this right, it will be really wonderful. I would like to make a motion that we move forward the 200K and that it be retitled as to be used for students to become proficient, which gives us a broad swath for now.
Can you restate that again? I apologize. I was just trying to see where.
You want me to do it again?
So proactive measures to?
No, 200K to be used for students to become proficient. And that could be COVID, that could be anything, that could really give a lot of control. Oh, sorry.
Vice Chair Belknap, did you mean 200 million?
200 million.
Yeah.
And then I apologize, please state it one more time.
To be used to support students becoming proficient. It's very broad.
So it's one time.
And Board Member Belknap, did you have a preference on the priority or just after the last one?
Sure, after the last one.
So it would be 8?
Great.
Okay. There's a Vice Chair Belknap made the motion that the board prioritize 200 million one time to fiscal year 22 to be used to support students become proficient as board priority number 8. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, Board Member Straight.
Okay, want to speak to the motion, Vice Chair Belknap?
I do, and I'm sorry I spoke right on top of that. I think this gives us a really broad swath that over the next couple of weeks that or the next few weeks that the superintendency can come back with more in-depth information on what they're thinking about for a business case. And if not, at least it puts us at the table again for the 200 million and gives a lot of control to the local districts how we set this up.
Okay. Discussion to the motion. Member Straight?
Yes, thank you. Just a reminder that in my view, and I wish I had something to back this up as far as data, but from my experience, the equity gap has grown greater as a result of COVID. And I think this motion would be effective in addressing some of those needs.
Okay. Member Earl, your hand's raised.
Yeah, once again, I'm trying to balance this out. And I appreciate this wording because I think this is more along the lines of the direction we want to head, especially for local control. I think maybe it's the amount we're getting from the federal government I'm having a hard time weighing out, but maybe there's more to this than I'm fully seeing. And I know that we'll have 3 or 4 more votes as we move forward. And so anyways, I'm just trying to, like I said, balance this all out and see where we can head.
Okay, Board Member Melknap, your hand's still raised.
No, I did have. I just think if the second would be okay if we change that and put student proficiency supports.
Okay.
Does that feel okay?
Yes, I really like the word proficient. I think it's very broad and useful.
Chair, are you okay with that?
Well, I'm not seeing a whole lot of difference between the two, but I see a little bit here. But so the motion would be that the board prioritize 200 million one time for fiscal year 22 for student proficiency support as board priority number 8. The maker of the motion's good. The second's good. So is there any other discussion to this motion? I just want to speak to it. I appreciate the board's willingness to just to aggressively get to the table so we can flush this out. I think really good things are going to come forward. We work with our LEAs. We talk about superintendents and districts, but we have a lot of charter schools there that this is definitely going to benefit as we're moving forward into this. So I appreciate, and I usually don't speak very much, but I am excited about the opportunities if this motion goes through with the other motion and the good work that can happen here in the future. So I'm not seeing any other hands, so we're going to call this for a vote. Again, I'll restate the motion and we'll vote. The board prioritize 200 million one time for fiscal year 22 for student proficiency support as board priority number 8. Board members at this time, please vote. Board Member Lear, I know I'm not going to be able to see your hand or your thumb or whatever, but can you tell me how?
Yes, I'm going to try the heart next time. If you see a heart, that also means yes.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member, oh, there we go. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. If you've got, now we'll clear the board. We're clearing the checks. Board Member Cannon, I see your hand is raised. Do you have a comment or question or? No? Okay. Board Member Davis, you still have a check on? Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands at this time. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, or I think you might be next. Oh, I see a hand up. Board Member Earl.
So are we moving on from business cases, or is this just prioritization? Or could it be a question about business cases?
Well, we were in funding priorities, and people can ask questions on business cases, but if somebody wants to move a case forward, this would be a time to make a motion. If there isn't any motions at this time, there can be later in other meetings.
I don't want to move a case forward. I want some more clarity specifically spelled out. And it doesn't need to be during this meeting, but in future meetings spelled out on one of the business cases.
So what would be good?
Can I make that request?
Well, you can submit that request to leadership or whatever, and we can get you all answers.
All right, I'll do that.
As we evolve. Okay.
I'll do that. Thank you.
But right now we don't have any on the table. So, I almost said it. Sorry there. Board Member Moss. I see that Moss, and I just automatically put that rep in front. I'll have to discipline myself. Board Member Moss, your hand is raised.
Thank you. Just quick point of clarification. The first time for me going through this, my understanding is that those business cases that are on the list would go through unless removed. Is that the case? You know, we need a motion to bring them higher up, but otherwise, if somebody brings a motion, then those sort of go through and into that conversation as you described.
So that, will you restate your question? We have our priority, we have a list, and then we have our priority, and so all of that's just staying how it is until we choose to move it or delete or.
Understood. I guess my question on procedure, the standard procedure here would be, as I understand it, some members will bring a motion to bring something from the list up into the priority list. Others will have questions about them. And then at some point, there's a motion to just submit the list with those that are prioritized and those that are not. And those all go into that conversation in future board meetings and then in Ed Approps. Is that the correct?
You are correct.
Or do they don't have to be individually moved, in other words, to put them forward on that list that goes through for consideration in the legislative process?
But eventually they will, as we get to the end, as we are moving into the session.
Right, not today.
Flush this out, but yeah, today's not our last day to put the water to the end of the road. Does that answer your question, Board Member Moss?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Can I offer some input there too, just real quick? So keep in mind too that there may be some legislation that's opened up that addresses these same business cases or requests as well. So that's why it's an iterative parallel process going into the session. Does that help, Board Member Moss? You know, you might see other legislation that, does address, these business cases that have been brought forward. So there's always that aspect too. So does that help or confuse it more?
No, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Superintendent Dixon, your hand is raised.
Yes, I'll just add a little, I don't know if it's thunder to Deputy Jones' lightning or lightning to his thunder, but just a reminder that the process for today is at the request of the legislature, meaning heads of the appropriations committees, fiscal analysts, and the governor's office, for us to get 5 or 6 things popped out as the board's priorities. And then all those business cases, while they do move forward, to Scott's point, we will continue to have those discussions in addition to funding of bills that may be put forward by legislators. So today's purpose and the urgency around that is that we have been asked to put 5 or 6 things forward. That is not always the case. From year to year, we get different directions from the Governor's Office of Management and Budget, but that's the direction this year.
And it seems to be subject to change because the direction's been changing from November to present. So that's why it's good that we have our frequent board meetings through the legislative session so that we can react and adjust ourselves and move things around. Board Member Klein, your hand is raised.
Yes, so just a point of clarification, those items on all the business cases, if it's not a priority to the board, is that something that can be removed altogether?
Well, we haven't removed. There are little placeholders down, and then they carry from year to year, but they're inventoried and placed. But what really becomes relevant is what we move up on our priority list. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And this is part of an evolution. We started this, wasn't it, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones? Maybe it just seems like a couple of years ago, but maybe we've been doing it about 4 years. And it seems to be a good process that has helped move good funding forward for public education. So there's some evolution here, and as we're moving forward with this kind of business case and some justification. So it is kind of fluid, but what really matters is what actions we take on our priorities. And there'll be a time at the very end where they'll say, okay, let's hear from the board. What do you want on the WPU? But we have that kind of behind us. But there'll only be so much in the pot, and they could ask us for those priorities and ask us to adjust our funding requests too. So this is a year of first again, and I'm sure it will be an interesting adventure as we go through the funding scenarios this year. Board Member Booth, your hand is raised.
Yes, Chair Huntsman, I just wanted to insert a little comment as a new board member. I'm kind of amazed at the level of commitment, particularly on the part of Superintendent Dixon and her staff. We'll spend several hours or a few days preparing for a meeting, and preparing for this meeting, I have to say, was a little overwhelming as I began to read document after document, and recognizing how staff are not just spending a few hours or a few days, but they're living it week in and week out, month after month. I just express appreciation for keeping track of so many complex issues and making adjustments to the information as they go along, communicating to us so that we can stay on top of what would be an insurmountable mountain of information. And as we continue to focus on what's important for children in our state, I am recognizing, as I'm sitting in this meeting, how indebted we are to the staff who are making sense of so much information that it's almost a tsunami of information that must be considered. Grateful for this great board who are asking such thoughtful questions. I'm just feeling grateful to be a part of this operation, this adventure that we're having together. Thank you.
Well, thank you, board member. That the one thing that I've realized over the last few years is with the staff that we have here, we don't kick the can down the road. As things come before us, we get it before the board ASAP and try to inform the board as best we can to make informed decisions. And so that's the commitment that I see from our witness from our staff, and that's sometimes it's difficult, but these are difficult times. So appreciate the board's patience as information comes to you. So thank you. Member Klein, did you have another question? Your hand's raised. Sorry, I didn't see it come down, but I see that it's back in. Okay, no, it's down. Okay, Vice Chair Davis.
No, I just found my answer. I'll take my hand down. I just found my answer in the great documentation that staff provided for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think at this time we're going to move to Deputy Superintendent Stallings. Are you prepared for our statutory changes?
I am, Chair.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon again, board members. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. We'll now be discussing not the money, but the law or the policy changes that staff are proposing to you to support or get a green light from you for us to work with legislators to open bill files. And for new board members, if you've never seen this document before, we're only going to be discussing 3 new proposals today, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that there's approximately, I believe, 18 others here on the list. So you can look at the policy requests that have been approved by the board in previous meetings. And what that means is these are short descriptions of the bill that then we would work with legislators to open the bill files, and then we would work on the details of the bill. But then the bill will be able to come back to you again once it is drafted for your review and recommendations. So I'll go ahead and go forward with the 3 that we have today. First is a recommendation from staff, and this is something we've also worked on with USDB, Superintendent Coleman and staff, to amend the teacher salary supplement program to add deaf education licensed educators to also be available or eligible to receive the supplement. Currently, deaf educators who have a deaf education endorsement qualify for TSSP, but deaf educators who have a deaf educator license do not. So there's a difference. And so this change would likely mean approximately 7 educators would now qualify that don't currently qualify for the supplement. The second one, and I'll just go through all three unless Chair Huntsman, you ask me to stop. Number 2 would be to modify the statute for driver education classes to change the reference from school districts to LEAs, and this would allow the USDB to also offer driver education and be eligible for funding as outlined in statute. Currently, USDB does not receive funding through that program. And then the last request is a request to add statutory language that would require the Office of the State Auditor to provide an audit of the minimum school program periodically. And this would allow the State Auditor's Office to direct bill our office for the costs of doing that audit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to these 3 requests, as well as other staff who are available. And just as a reminder, there is more detail on each of these requests in the backup to Civic Clerk if you have, if you want to look at any additional detail.
Okay, Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we move these priorities, these legislative statutorial changes, 1, 2, 3, 4, thank you. General, Angie, okay, 2021 general session requests for statutory changes 1, 2, and 3. I move that we move them forward.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing Board Member Earl.
Yes, just wondering if, and I know you gave a brief overview, is there an overview, a little bit more detail on number 3? Or is that included in our?
It is included. So if you look here on this MSP review, and Board Member Earl, no need to apologize. We actually got this uploaded late yesterday. I think this has recently come to the attention of our staff, so apologize. This last number 3 request was added late. So if you look here, you can see more detail.
Okay, I can look over that. I'm sorry, I did go through those. That's why that one did not sound familiar. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, we have a motion before the board, and that is, where did it go? Oh, under 2021 general session request for statutory changes to include items 1, 2, and 3 as outlined. Not seeing any other discussion. Oh, Board Member Lear.
Thanks. Sorry, late to the party. I'm wondering, Angie, if you know if the State Auditor's Office similarly bills other agencies for auditing them or
that is
reviewing them.
Question I do not know, but I would guess that either Deputy Jones or Director Debbie Davis might know.
Deputy Superintendent Jones, can you answer the question?
The answer is yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll restate the motion again. I've not seen any discussion or hands raised. The motion before the board is that under the 2021 general session request for statutory changes, that under legislative proposals for board considerations to move forward with 1, 2, and 3 as shown. All those in favor, please vote.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Thank you. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I think that completes your section.
It does. Thank you.
I know we're a little bit behind schedule, but I want to make sure we have a periodic break here and there. At this 3:11. Let's be back in here at 3:20. I will take a quick break. So let's hang on and make sure our driver's ready.
I'm trying. My computer is just spinning. It is not doing anything right now, so I apologize. If Board Member Belknap has it, if you could move forward. As soon as my browser stops spinning, I will also show the summary.
Okay, it's the first one's a fairly easy one, Chair, if you want me to repeat it. Track that. Okay, so from Finance on December 4th, it's 10.5. It's the professional outreach programs in the schools, or the POPs, carry forward recommendation. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the use of the POPs carry forward funds. One more time, the committee moves that the board approve the use of the POPs carry forward funds.
Okay, I'm trying to, here we go. And so the motion before the board is that the board approve the use of POPs carry forward funds as recommended. Wasn't that the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, as it was specified.
That's Jeff Van Holten and Lorraine Austin.
Okay, what was that, Angie? Okay, well, I'll restate the motion that came from committee. The motion from committee was that the board approve the use of POPs carry forward funds as recommended. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Board Member Lear, I will probably get a voice from you.
Yes, I vote aye.
Okay, thank you.
There's my.
Board Member or Vice Chair Davis, I'm not seeing your vote.
Dang it. Now it's holding. Nope, there it goes.
Vice Chair Davis, are you with us? Oh, there we go. Voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you. Clear your marks, please. All right. On 10.6, R277752 Special Education Intensive Services Funds Amendment. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277752 Special Education Intensive Services Fund, Draft 1, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-752 Special Education Intensive Services Fund Draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion. I'm looking for hands. Vice Chair Davis.
This doesn't change anything necessarily, and I'm going to vote for this, but there is one alternate formula that I thought changed the federal formula and the state formula distribution, and I thought that our special ed specialist had said that could be problematic down the road. So I'm just saying it may have to come back for a conversation at some other point, but I support the motion today.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-752 Special Education Intensive Services Fund Draft 1 on second and final reading. Oh, we do have a hand. Board Member Cannon.
I'm sorry, I was trying to vote ahead of time.
Oh, okay. Then I'll state the motion again. I'm sorry. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-752 Special Education Intensive Services Fund Draft 1 on second and final reading. Board members, please vote.
Aye, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. I'm not seeing Board Member Earl or Member Klein. Okay. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, point of order.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, when you first called me to be on finance, I was very disappointed, and I have learned to really love that committee, and I will really miss it. I've learned to appreciate Scott Jones and all his hard work, but also all of those people who work with him who support that committee. So thank you.
So is that, you're forgiving me?
Yep, that's it. That's all of it.
All right, well, that's important. It is. Well, I appreciate your service there. And there's always more work to do. Next, we'll move to Committee Chair over Law and Licensing. Chair Lear, are you ready?
I am. Give me 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Oh, snoops. Oh, yes. Okay. Items 12 point. I think my computer. Yeah. Item 12.2, Snow College Charter School authorization, was discussed at length with Snow College personnel, and a week or 2 weeks ago, we had a lot of questions and we were asking for more information as committee members, and about 2 weeks ago, President Brad Cook withdrew the request for a review of the school's processes, saying they may come back. He may come back with another request in, he said, 6 to or plus months. So if you were looking closely at our agenda, that's why we're not discussing it. Item 12.3 was also, we asked the individuals involved to come back with more information and with clarification. It was about a data sharing agreement, so it's on tomorrow's agenda. Item 12.4, we have a motion for the board. The committee moves that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading. Any discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Oh, yes. Board Member Moss.
Very quick question, because I wasn't in on this. Curious what the feedback is from districts on this change and how significant it is.
And I would really like somebody like Director Thronson or Director Malia Height over licensing to respond to that. We had some discussion of it, but it's left my brain over Christmas.
Okay. Jennifer, are you available?
Yes. Let me get my video up. If possible, can we open the rule? Because I think it's really easy to explain when you see the change.
It doesn't show the change.
Yes, I can do that.
And again, the question was about LEA feedback, I guess is what you're asking, Representative.
On the pedagogical assessment.
Right, correct.
So basically this was, it looks way messier than it is. It just took a lot to restate it. There was a particular group of candidates that weren't included in the pedagogical performance assessment. It was an oversight with all of the multiple rule changes. And so this just clarified that all new educators after January 1 of 2020 are required to pass the pedagogical assessment if they're recommended after August 1st of 2021. So that is the change. It had left out, I'm trying to remember what group of educators. It was a oversight in one rule, but it wasn't in the other one. And so it was just getting alignment. But that is the change. And the feedback from the field, we haven't received any that has this. It was more the field had told us this is a contradiction. In that one rule, it says this. It was our Apple teachers. Now it's coming back to me. Our alternate prepared path teachers weren't required to take this, but our traditionally required teachers were with the way it was in rule. But the intent was that all new educators would be taking the pedagogical performance assessment. So that is what this fixes.
You have a follow-up on Board Member Moss?
Thank you. So this is in line with statute or initial statutory intent, and just to clean up, no objection from the field in terms of limiting their discretion
correct. They actually asked us, and like, hey, can you fix this? Because it puts them in an awkward space. So we realized as you all know, we changed like 20, 30 licensing rules. And so in those changes, we made some mistakes. And this was one of them that the field actually came to us and said, hey, this is problematic. So this fix alleviates that problem.
Thank you.
I think the bigger change, if I can add, I think the bigger discussion was about the pedagogical test or requirement generally. And there was a lot of feedback from the field on that, which this is just the cleanup after that. Okay. At least that's my recollection.
Board Member Klein, your hand is raised.
I just had a question. It looked to me like it was kind of a repeat of line 63B. Can you explain the difference? And is it just adding the date that makes the difference?
Jennifer, would you answer that, please?
Yes, so I need to look at, will you zoom out just a little, Angie? So I can see a little bit more. Yes, that's perfect. Okay, compare. Scroll up just a little bit more. Sorry, it helps to see the whole thing. Demonstrate or prepared, complete. And basically, this line is establishing the timeline of when it goes into effect. So if we didn't have that statement, it would say basically any teacher before that date would be required to take this, which is not what the board, they wanted to give some transition time. And so that statement is really holding that date true to all educators with that change. So that is the need for that line. In another year, you're right, it wouldn't need to be there, but because this is new requirement, that transition time is listed in the rule for now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Can we go back to the motion?
The motion for the board is the committee approves, the committee moves that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. So the motion before the board, Natalie, did you have another question? Your hand's still raised before you state the motion? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, the motion before the board, and we're going to vote on it, is that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading. Board members at this time, please vote.
I vote aye, Chair.
Thank you. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Please clear the check.
Next items. Item 12.5, 12.6, and 12.7 are all related. They relate to the desire of both the USDB and the board to have a change in the place where the USDB Advisory Council resides, where the discussion of that resides, rather than in board rule. It would be in board policy. And so these are all related to moving that from board, the advisory committee explanation from board rule to board policy. And so 12.5 is the first point of that, and it says, first part of that, and it says, the committee moves that the board approve board policy 4002, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Advisory Council Draft 1.
Okay, the motion before the board from the committee is that the board approve board policy 4002, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Advisory Council Draft 1. Any discussion to the motion? I'm not seeing any hands, so please vote. Board Member Lear, you're...
And I'm an aye.
Thank you. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Item 12.6 was a further discussion of this. The committee moves that the board approve R277-800 Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, Draft 1 on second and final reading. This would be removing it from the rule, the advisory council language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-800 Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion? I'm seeing none. Board members at this time, please vote.
Member Lear votes aye.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Lear. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
And this has to do with the bylaws for the schools for the USDB, which is under the purview of the board. Item 12.7, the motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve the bylaws for the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind Advisory Council Draft 2.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the bylaws for the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Advisory Council Draft 2. Discussion to that motion. We still have some hands raised, but I think Board Member Cannon, do you have a question or is that okay? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So I'll restate the motion, then we'll vote. The motion before the board is that the board approve the bylaws for the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind Advisory Council Draft 2. Board members at this time, please vote.
I vote aye, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing board, oh, there it is. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Please continue.
The last item on the agenda is item 12.8, having to do with some cleanup on a law that was passed, I think a year or 2 years ago, having to do with residential treatment centers and the board's requirement to supervise those in certain capacities. And this was a cleanup following a year's experience with this and at the request and or with the support of the residential treatment center, some residential treatment center directors. So the motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277-926, certification of residential treatment center special education program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board from the committee is that the board approve R277-926, certification of residential treatment center special education program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Any discussion to the motion? And I am not seeing any hands. So board members at this time, please vote. Oh, let's see. Yeah, please vote. Board Member Lear, you're
I vote aye.
Okay. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously.
And that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lear. So I'll clear the board. Okay, next we're going to have the new committee chair, Scott Hansen. We have 2 items, I believe, coming from Standard and Assessment Committee report. Board Member or Chair Hansen, are you ready to report?
Ready to go, Chair. Thank you. And it may look like we slacked off at the end of the year, but I promise you that Chair Graviet and Vice Chair Marsh drove us right to the end. We had some heavy items to discuss. But our first motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve. This is on item 3.2. The committee moves that the board approve the addendum and waiver request to the Utah Consolidated Plan.
Okay, the motion from committee is that the board approve the addendum and waiver request to the Utah Consolidated Plan. Any discussion to the motion? I'm seeing no hands raised, so board members, please vote at this time.
Board Member Lear votes aye, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. So clear the board and please continue.
Next motion relates to item 13.3. The committee moves that the board accept the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools, draft 2.
Okay, the motion before the board is that from the committee is that the board accept the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools, draft 2. Discussion to the motion. We've got several hands raised. Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I do want to comment on this document. It's fantastic. I think it's been very well thought out and put together. I just have a question, and maybe you can answer. And I could be way off here, but at the end of page 1, the final whereas, it talks about disparities in educational programs and outcomes for underserved groups. And I wondered just what those programs are, if we could speak to that.
Okay.
I agree.
I'll look for staff to raise their hand that can speak to that was in that.
Looking for Patty Norman, Dr. Norman.
Yeah. There's Patty.
Deputy Superintendent, yes, I'm trying to find that exact line on there so I can see which one it says. So it's talking about the programs. Angie, can you scroll to where it says that?
Yeah, it's just the final whereas. Again, I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers. I think that the USBE and all the staff that goes along with it has done an excellent job with our educational programs. I didn't see racism within or disparities within the program. I agree that the outcomes are a little bit off, but just that verbiage.
So you're specifically asking on the last whereas right there, but with hopeful, committed.
On the bottom of page 1, on the first page.
Okay.
There you go, right there.
There we go. Okay, I wasn't seeing what you were saying. Underserved groups, including students of color, exist under our current educational systems. So when we were talking about disparities in educational programs, we were I can't speak on behalf of Access, but I can speak on behalf of kind of what's being talked about within the committee. And during that time, it was talked about what the outcomes are. And I think that there's some backup as well in tomorrow's standards and assessment committee meeting that talks about educational outcomes and what those are. So when we look at the programs and what goes into the program, then there's an assumption being made that we can really support those students in diverse ways so that we have those educational outcomes that do produce those equitable experiences and outcomes for them. So when we talk about the programs, there are federal programs. There's Title III for multilingual learners. There's Title, 9. There's different title programs federally, but then there's also our students who are living in low socioeconomic circumstances and different socioeconomic circumstances. So there's a variety of programs, and then there's also lots of outcomes depending on how we read that data.
Chair Huntsman, if I could piggyback on Dr. Norman's answer as well.
Okay.
Specific programs that come to mind, Board Member Hymas, are things like if you look at a school and 70% of their students are students of color, or maybe 70% of their students are students living in poverty, and yet you look at their AP classes or concurrent classes, are they also reflective of those numbers, or do you see predominantly students who live in middle or upper economic homes with upper economic mobility? Or do you see all white students if 70% of the population are students of color in higher level courses? So it's that kind of programming as well, if you want to get down into the weeds, just making sure that programs in schools and in districts are representative of the students that they serve.
Do you have a follow-up, Board Member Hymas?
No, I just continue to wrap my head around it. Thank you for those replies.
Okay. Board Member Straight?
Yes. A couple questions, or maybe some background. I see this is in the second draft, and then this morning during public comment, there was mention of potential amendments or requests to look at amendments. Are those tied to the fact that it's a second draft? Are those two working together?
This is specifically what came out of committee work. There's always an option or an opportunity for board members to, as something comes out of the committee, to propose that changes if you're adding to or taking away from a document. Right now, that is not on the table. The only thing that's on the table is a motion of draft 2. So that's what we're asking. So there may be some motions coming forward, but they're not on the table right now.
Chair, if I can comment to that, this is draft 2 because there was a draft 1 with this title that was presented in committee meeting, and there were some revisions made to that. That's why we have a draft 2 at the top of the page.
Is this a draft? This is a draft 2. So how come we didn't bring draft 1 out and then propose the draft 2 in a second? What came out of committee, Scott?
Draft 2 was accepted by the committee.
Yes, so that's what's before us. But
that's the reason we have a draft 2 though at the top, because draft 1 was revised in committee and was titled draft 2 and then brought to the board.
Okay. So this is, there could be some added, if board members wanted to add and it was acceptable, amendments to this. So right now it's just draft 2 as shown, that's before the board for consideration. Do you have a follow-up?
Thank you. I was just trying to get some context.
Okay. Board member Klein?
Okay, so just based on what Matt brought up, just looking at that, and it looks to me like, I mean, is there specific programs that we have created that are racist? Or should that, or would it be better to say that there's disparities in opportunities for these kids? Because obviously we don't want to have programs in our schools that are racist, but I don't think that there are any. Is there any specific ones that you can name that we can address individually?
If I could respond to that, Chair, I think the superintendent also responded, but is it all right for me to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
I think what was discussed, Board Member Klein, in our committee meeting was that the participation in many of our programs doesn't match the demographic makeup of our schools. So there are disparities in educational programs in that regard. Something that needs to be, nothing is saying that those are necessarily racist, but we need to look into, or we have the intent to look into, why those disparities are happening and see if, what would be a good action to take in the future to rectify those.
I think providing equal opportunity is what we're going for. So I'm okay with that. We can't necessarily produce equal outcomes, so that's not something that we can deal with, but that may be something we could look at, changing programs to opportunities, because that's really where, I mean, you just confirmed that, correct?
So the question is this about creating the opportunities or guaranteeing outcomes? Is that what your question is, Board Member Klein?
Well, based on what Scott just said, it sounds like our programs aren't up the problem. It's making sure that there's equal opportunity to participate in those programs, correct? And maybe we could fix the wording to reflect that.
If I can speak, Chair, I think this is a whereas that just recognizes that there are disparities in programs and outcomes for underserved groups. So this isn't stating that, the reasons for those, but there are disparities based on the data that we have. So it's recognizing that, and then at the end, the be it further resolved, and therefore be it resolved, those state the actions or how the board's going to move forward, or is resolving to move forward.
Board Member Lear?
Thank you. I wanted to say that I listened to this complete discussion in the Standards and Assessment Committee, and I was maybe similar to Board Member Klein. There were some phrases, some words that I would have stated differently, but I do recognize it now as a really strong effort by that committee, and I personally am willing to put aside the some specific concerns I had and some specific wording changes I would have personally liked, because I think it's an excellent product of a committee and reflects several diverse viewpoints. So I'm satisfied with the outcome and would support it. I also wanted to add that I very much appreciate the speakers this morning who urged the board to be very earnest and very active in changing what needs to be changed, and not just put the words forward, but actually put our actions behind those words. And I heard those speakers, and I'm extremely appreciative of their efforts and their situations. I know one of them is an elementary school teacher on the west side of Salt Lake. I know that Jenny Gravitt herself works in a lower income junior high school in Weaver District. And so those people are really doing the work that the state board should support and help with. And I just don't want to say because we're not amending this or making every desired change that we're not hearing them. I heard them, and I'm really so appreciate their passion and their intense interest in this, and the fact that they work in that field in very hard jobs. So I support this draft and will vote for it.
Okay. And we still have a couple hands raised. Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my gratitude to Board Member Hanson and Superintendent Dixon for kind of speaking this out for me, helping me get there. I do agree there are disparities. That's not to say it is racist or not racist, but there are obvious disparities within some programs. So again, I just wanted to thank you for that clarification, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Board Member Klein, your hand's still raised? Oh, okay. Well, we want to pay attention here. So I don't want to pass up on somebody. Can we bring the motion back up on the screen? I'll restate it. Okay, we're going to vote on this, board members. The motion before the board from committee is that the board accept the resolution denouncing racism and embracing equity in Utah schools, draft 2. Board members, at this time, please vote.
Chair, I vote aye. Carol Lear.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Hart, I'm not seeing yours. Vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Chair Hanson, I think, do you have anything else you want to add? I think that concludes your work, but.
No, I thank you to the board, and thank you also to our past committee members, Chair Gravitt and Mark Huntsman, or excuse me, Mark Marsh, for their work on.
I'll take any credit that I can get here lately.
Okay, that's all we have, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, we have a placeholder, but we don't have any current requests, and that's board rule waiver request. Is that correct, Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
Chair, it is correct. The one thing I did want to draw the board members' attention to is something new that hasn't been there in the past, just for reference, is we do have all of the board rule waiver requests that have been approved for both the 2019-20 school year and 2021 school year. They're on CiviClerk as backup if you wanted to look at that. We'll also be posting both of these documents on our website shortly.
Okay, thank you. We'll still have this on a placeholder through the throughout our agenda because of the pandemic, and on that it's kind of helped driven. Well, it's kind of been the purpose of a lot of our meetings this past year. So we'll make sure that's still on there. Thank you. Next, we'll have our R277-726 online education program. We had a hearing request and we had a hearing. We'll turn the time over to our hearing officer, Ben Rasmussen, on this.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. I'm Ben Rasmussen. I'm Director of Law and Professional Practices for the board. On December 22nd, we held a public hearing on the SOEP rule R277-726 requested by the USSA. What the administrative rules that govern public hearings require at this point is that staff submit a hearing record for the board's consideration. This includes a number of things that you can see that have been added to the backup on CiviClerk. The standard protocol is that the board take a motion to accept the hearing record, and then the board would discuss the rule. I believe Deputy Superintendent Stallings is prepared to discuss options on the rule going forward, but the first order would be to take a motion on accepting the hearing record itself. I'd be happy to answer any questions in that regard.
Okay. Board Member Lear.
Thank you. I had requested that my additional comments be added to the hearing report. That was a decision that I guess Mr. Rasmussen and/or board leadership decided not to add my questions, which would be part of the summary of the hearing report. But I would like to state for the board record that I also asked questions of Dr. Lexi Cunningham and Shannon Dulaney, the superintendent in Iron County, and that they were very responsive, and that they said in their answers that they certainly believe that LEAs would do the right thing by students if this was not required in the rule, and that some LEAs did have problems in complying with this rule. So I wanted that stated for the record, whether it's in the hearing report or not. Thank you.
Okay, right now before us, I'm seeking a motion to accept the hearing report.
Motion to accept the hearing report.
The hearing record, just to clarify.
What's that?
Just to clarify, it's the hearing record.
Oh, sorry, not report. Sorry, hearing record. I apologize.
I move that the board accept the hearing record as presented.
Okay, well, we got quite a few seconds in there. Any discussion to accepting the hearing record? Seeing none?
No.
Oh, Board Member Lear?
Thank you. I will be voting no because I don't feel it's complete. I think there should be more detail in the hearing report, which is part of the record. I think it should be noted what other individuals said, and there certainly was other discussion beyond the minimal summary in the hearing report. So I'll be voting no, not that I reject all of it, just that I feel like it wasn't complete. Thanks for letting me explain that.
Okay, discussion to the motion to accept the hearing report, or hearing record, excuse me. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, just for clarity, it might help Board Member Lear that the recording is there and available in the hearing report.
I know that. Thank you.
Okay. Your hands are still raised, so I'm assuming I can call this to vote.
Oh, no, thank you very much. It's
Okay.
gone.
All right. The motion before the board is to accept the hearing record. All those in favor, please vote.
I vote no, Chair.
Okay.
We'll try and see if that works any better.
The voting is complete. The motion passes with one no vote, which is Board Member Lear. Okay, we'll clear the. Okay, Vice Chair Belknap, your hand's raised.
I'm just waiting for a motion on the next one.
Well, the only other thing that can happen is, does anyone make it? Are you going to make a motion after? I mean, there's no other presentation. It says, what's the will of the board right now? I know from listening to this record, I'm prepared as in board leadership after hearing the request to, in our next executive meeting, put the request from USBA in a committee, in one of our standing committees here, to look at scoping a task force or an advisory group or something, and flush that out and get something before the board. But to weigh in on, I thought it was a really good recommendation, and I thought that work should be done in and the scope and size and that in a committee. So but we're good to take motions. Did you have a motion, Vice Chair Belknap?
I do. I move that the board direct staff to file a notice of effective date for R277-726 with the Office of Administrative Rules.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Hanson, do you want to speak to your motion, Vice Chair Belknap?
Yeah, not too much, but just that this is the rule that passed, and I was actually taken by the USSA that they said they were fine with this rule, but their request from the hearing was to have a group to look at online education, not just the statewide online education program moving forward. And so I think that we should file this because they didn't have objection.
Okay. Is there thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion to file this notice? We have hands raised. Board Member Scott Hanson.
Yeah, just briefly, there wasn't any objection. They said they were fine with the rule. I just want to make sure that we, as a board, follow through with the request that was made, because I felt it was appropriate. I know that leadership's aware of that. Just like to get that working group formed and moving forward.
Okay. Board Member Cannon.
My concern was the same as expressed by Board Member Hanson, that it might make me feel better to offer an amendment to the motion saying that it is understood that USBE will form a working group as requested by those who had requested the administrative hearing.
Do you want to propose that as an amendment?
Yes, I think it could be stated better, but that's the idea.
Let's work through it. That's what you want. Can you help with that, Angie? Is there a second to the proposed amendment? I'm not hearing a
second.
Second is Vice Chair Davis. So, Angie, are you adding that amendment? So I'm not seeing it on my screen yet.
Sorry, I'm typing away, but I had paused my screen share. I apologize. Getting there.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion on the amendment that's been second? We have hands raised.
My motion is, or my hand is raised for another motion.
Okay. Board Member Booth.
I agree with Board Member Cannon that it would be appropriate, I feel, to acknowledge the recommendation of those who attended the hearing, who spoke at the hearing, and I think there's so much information coming at the board from so many different directions, and the timelines don't always line up so that it appears to those who are speaking to us and hoping that we're listening, so that they receive feedback and understand that we are considering and we are listening and we do value what they have to say. So I'm eager to, in some way, frame this motion so that they will feel that we've listened. Even the new board members who weren't around, I listened to the recording, and I recognize these are very experienced, valuable voices that need to be acknowledged. Even though we can go ahead with the rule, they need to know that we do value their opinion and are supportive of their requests.
Okay. But what I'm seeing that would be different, if I might add, is to the proposed amendment is to that the board directs staff to create the online education advisory group. So would this be a staff-driven group, or is this something that the board will create like we have done other working groups or task force, and that would have our fingerprints on? Is it something that we want to hand completely over to staff and let them go, or do we want our fingerprints on it? That's what I'm seeing as different than what I was proposing in the beginning, to have this go before a committee and have this flushed out as scope and time and how it would be put together. So if I could go to Board Member Cannon, to your purpose of your amendment, is I'm seeing this as that we wouldn't take this to committee.
Yeah, well, I think my preference would be to have this taken care of by board, not staff, so that the board could be part of this working group and keep our fingers on the pulse of what's happening with the online education programs.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Okay.
I thought I heard Board Member Cannon say she wanted to amend the rule, add this amendment to the rule. Is that accurate, Board Member Cannon?
No, I wanted to amend Vice Chair Belknap's motion.
Okay.
To include the working group that was the whole purpose of the administrative hearing.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get that clarification. Thank you.
So let me just, for the board's consideration of where we're at, we have a motion on the table from from Vice Chair Belknap to direct staff to file a notice of effective date of R277-726 with the Office of Administrative Rules and direct staff to rules, period. And then the amendment is to direct staff to establish a group, which is different than having a request of a committee and/or group formed by our group, the State Board of Education. So I just want to make sure everyone's expectations are being met in what's being asked in this amendment to moving forward with the rule that nobody had. I mean, there wasn't any objection to the way the rule was written, but there was a request for an advisory group or some kind of task force, something to take a look at online school, a bigger picture than just what's in R2777-26. So I'm going to go back to the maker of the amendment to just make sure this is what your intent is, Board Member Cannon.
Yes, I think that this looks good. Thank you.
This is Board Member Earl. Can I ask maybe a clarifying question on this?
Well, yeah, your hand's raised, but there's a whole bunch of other hands, but
okay. So
I just want to make sure we're following Robert's rules here, and there's a motion, and then there's a proposed amendment. So go ahead, Board Member Earl.
And my question has to do with advisory group. Is that the wording we want? We have a digital teaching and learning advisory group. Is this an ongoing group, or do they have a specific task that they're going to be looking at? I just wonder if we do online group, and then we can even have that discussion in our actual committee meeting to further vet that out a little bit, instead of actually asking for an advisory group. So that's my question, maybe to the maker of the motion or amendment.
So there seems to be an urgency and a need to tie something to give the USBA something, because I'll just be this blunt and candid here. It's to give, they went through the purpose of having a hearing. They liked everything in the rule. They didn't object to anything in the rule, but they did want to have some kind of advisory group, task force. They want something to have to look at this online education, and also including what's in this rule, so a little broader. There is nothing that is stopping this group, 2 or more board members, to say, hey, I want a task force, or I want something to go on agenda in response to this request. It's not required that we do it at this setting, but we're attempting to trying to do it. So I just want to make sure that the board knows what they're doing as we're moving forward in the words that we choose in given direction to either staff or to leadership to put this in a committee. So
Chairman Huntsman, so that's why I'm asking about the advisory group. Is that an ongoing group, meaning are we doing a new group, or are we just doing a task force? I just think it should be vetted and maybe not spelled out here.
Well, that's why my recommendation is to put it in a committee so they can pound this out. Should we do a working group or a task force? What should we do? And then what is the scope of work, and get feedback from USBA and other stakeholders and say, okay, what are we really trying to accomplish? What are our goals and objectives, and et cetera? That's what I was.
Agreed.
That's where I was. But this is your meeting, and this is a motion, and there's a proposed amendment. So, did that answer your question, Board Member Earl?
Chair, may I make a clarification? This is Angie.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that my understanding is the current motion is here, which would direct staff to establish the online education advisory group. Based on the comments from some board members, I wrote some optional language that you could replace the bolded language with. And just for your awareness, USB staff have already worked on a draft board policy. I believe it's actually in backup, but it was canceled. So this would not be a problem at all for staff to bring to a committee, just as an FYI.
So, which is still all good, but all of this would be really good to be flushed out in a committee still. But so we do have, but I've got to respect Board Member Cannon's motion here. So this is still how you want your motion, right? Or your amendment?
Yes. So as I understood Vice Chair Belknap's motion, it did not include the bolded language that Angie has included here. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so it seems like the difference between the bolded language in the current motion directs staff to establish an education advisory group, and then in the alternate board member Cannon's one directs staff to prepare a board policy which establishes an advisory group that will go to a board committee. So I like having the involvement of the board and having that advisory group go to a board committee, which will flesh out a timeline and get more information exactly on what USBA wants and how we can serve this group.
Okay, so what is it? You're the maker of the motion or the proposed amendment. Do you prefer the language, the second language?
Yes.
Okay. And who seconded that? I'm trying to remember. Was that Hanson? I can't remember who has.
It was Cindy Davis.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. Are you good with the second?
I don't know. I don't think it represents what I thought I heard in the beginning, which was that board leadership was going to send this to a committee. So maybe someone could tell me if I'm understanding that incorrectly.
So it is different, but it still will direct staff to prepare a draft policy of an online education advisory group that will go to committee, and then the committee will still work it one way or another. So it still gets us where we need to be. Where I would be satisfied with that. I think you guys want to have your fingerprints on this working group.
May I follow up?
Yes.
So do we need to answer the question that was asked if this is an ongoing committee or a task force, or is that something the committee is going to determine?
Committee will determine.
Okay, thank you.
So are you good with the second, Cindy? Or Vice Chair Davis?
So we're voting on the amendment, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so it sounds like, so let me just restate this proposed amendment, and I appreciate your patience. The proposed amendment would add to the original motion and the following, and direct staff to prepare a draft board policy establishing an online education advisory or other working group to be assigned to a committee for consideration in February. Okay, discussion to that proposed amendment. Board Member Lear, your hand is raised.
Yes. And
is that on something different or on this?
I don't know how this fits into the structure, but I, several people ago, wanted to make a substitute motion. Is that out of order or in order?
A motion to the rule or to this motion here?
This is an amendment. I wanted to make a substitute motion to Laura's initial motion.
Well, we're not to that yet.
Okay.
Okay. Board Member Moss.
Sorry, quick question. I would assume this is the case, but when staff prepare a draft board policy which would establish the advisory group, I assume that draft would then come back for the board's review before then being assigned to a committee. Is that how that would work?
No.
Okay.
It just starts in a raw form, goes to committee, the committee works on it, flushes it out, then makes a recommendation to the board.
So that would include a policy establishing the work group, or the task force would come out of the committee to the board. policy which describes the advisory group then would be presented to the board.
Would be presented to the board, yes.
Yeah, okay. In terms of things like composition of the task force, that kind of stuff would come out of that then.
Scope, time, everything.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Board Member Davis, or Vice Chair Davis, your hand's still raised on this. Did you have another?
Oh, sorry, I did not need to have my hand raised. I guess I'm just wondering why we need a policy to send this to the committee.
It comes in a draft, and it would be similar to other working groups that we've had in the past, so it lays a foundation or a start or a framework of what might be.
Chair Huntsman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I make a clarification? This is Angie. Sorry, I don't, for some reason, hosts do not have hand raising ability, and I'm a host. I just wanted you to all see, just like the board policy you approved a moment ago for the USDB, there was a board policy creating in the advisory group for USDB. We've got APAC, we've got School Land Trust, we've got the Student Advisory Committee. This is very common. We've got quite a few advisory groups, the board does. And what we actually have worked on a draft, and it's not up for action today, but this at least hopefully answers some of your questions of what it will look like. And this would be the draft policy that would go to a committee, and then the committee would look at this draft just like you do a rule or anything else, and would have the opportunity to make amendments, suggestions, feedback, etc. So there's no policy needed for it to go to committee. I think hopefully and it might be my drafting, but the motion is actually to direct staff to prepare the draft board policy, which actually we've already done, and then for that to be assigned to a committee in February. Hopefully that helps.
Okay. We still have hands raised. Board Member Hanson. Board Member Hanson, your hand's raised. Let me go to Board Member Cannon. Your hand's raised.
Yes, my understanding is that some time ago, we used to have things like task forces and advisory committees and things as part of our bylaws. And then in more recent years, we have removed those from the bylaws and put them into board policy. So I think this is an appropriate place to put an online education advisory committee as a part of the policies.
Well, and it still does everything that I think that we want to do as a board and have our fingerprints on how that works, comes out of committee and goes before the board. So you are correct.
Chair?
Yes, Board Member Lear.
I'm sorry, I know I've spoken once, but I think I can simplify your lives if I can speak once more. I wanted to make a substitute motion to go back to the draft that didn't include the burden on LEAs. If I can speak once more to an intent of this discussion, I will withdraw, or I will finally say uncle on this issue. So I'm assuming that's okay. I would hope and expect that this discussion would include these recent amendments and all specific issues related to SOEP. And if they are, I can live with this discussion. I feel like there was a stronger message from the USSA that some of them were afraid because of retaliation or hyper intense scrutiny to bring forward. But if the intent includes of this policy working group, task force, whatever it is to also consider these recent amendments and the burden they pose on LEAs, small LEAs especially, I will support this and I won't make another motion. So is that the intent, Board Member Cannon?
That's my intent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. we have a proposed amendment to the motion. The proposed amendment reads and directs, we're going to vote on this. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. We need to keep moving forward here. And the proposed amendment reads and direct staff to prepare a draft board policy establishing online education advisory or other working group to be assigned to a board committee for consideration in February. All those in favor of this amendment, please vote.
That's a yes vote, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Lear. The voting is complete and the motion or the amendment passes unanimously. Now before the board, we have an amended motion. I'll state the motion. And that is that the board directs staff, the amended motion is that the board directs staff to file a notice of effective date for R277-726 with the Office of Administrative Rules and direct staff to prepare a draft board policy establishing an online education advisory or other working group to be assigned to a board committee for consideration in February. Is there any other discussion to this, to the amended motion? Seeing Vice Chair Davis. Your hand is raised. Is that a vote?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to speak against the motion because 50% of the public hearing input folks said go ahead and move forward with an advisory group, and 50% of the public hearing input, those that contributed in writing, asked us to hold this until the advisory group has been able to meet and give recommendations. So I don't think it's wait a year or wait, any amount of time, but just wait until this group has been able to meet and kind of provide an overall look at what's going on with the rules. So I'm not going to vote for this motion.
Okay. So that's a no vote. So we're going to call this to a vote. Let me just restate the motion. Sorry, I didn't see your hand earlier before I was going to call for a vote.
Point of order. Oh,
yes.
Did we not have an opportunity to speak on the motion, only the amendment?
No, I was calling to see if there was any, I stated the motion and was seeing if there was anyone that was going to speak to the amended motion. There wasn't any hands. So I thought I restated the motion for a vote. So I'll state the motion, I'll state the amended motion again, and I'll see if there's any other comments before we vote. Okay, the amended motion before the board is that the board directs staff to file a notice of effective date for R277-726 with the Office of Administrative Rules and direct staff to prepare a draft board policy establishing an online education advisory or other working group to be assigned to a board committee for consideration in February. Any further discussion on the amended motion? Board Member Earl, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just want to, maybe a point of clarification. I think Cindy's question or her statement brought up some questions in my mind. We're just putting together what this entity, this committee or whatever it is, looks like, and maybe some talking point or with the direction they're headed. But Cindy, if I can ask Cindy a question, is that okay?
You bet.
You're saying that these entities themselves want to do that? Am I misunderstanding?
Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
I just spoke against the motion to direct staff to file a notice of effective date of the rule because 8 people contributed public input to the hearing. 4 said we can go ahead if we have this committee to meet, and 4 superintendents or represented districts that said, please hold this rule until the committee has a chance to meet and flesh out some of this feedback. So I personally don't feel comfortable moving ahead right now. That's why I spoke against the motion.
So it wasn't the committee, it's the actual filing
motion
of the rule. Thank you, sorry. That was the confusion in my mind.
So background on this, again is this rule was passed by our board. Then a hearing was on the rule where in that hearing record, people weighed in online and then also voiced their concern. And that's what's bringing us to where we're at today. So, Board Member Lear, your hand is raised.
And I just think it's fair to add that the board passed the rule on a 7-8 vote. So it was very close. And all of us had this, many of us that voted against it had the same reservations that were raised in the public comment. Risk of sounding like I'm contradicting myself. Cindy is reminding me that that there is more work to be done, and I would rather it be done on pause, as many of the public comments requested.
Which I still find really odd when all the testimony that happened in the meeting was we're good with the rule, we just want this committee, and now we're using it as a catalyst to hold up the rule.
But that was not the written public comment at all. It was very different.
Yeah, it was, and it was limited to, there's 160 something LEAs and a lot of different stakeholders, and there wasn't a lot of public comments. So, but again, we have this motion before us, so I'm not seeing any other comments, so we're going to vote. So I'll state the motion, then we'll vote. The current motion before the board is the board directs staff to file a notice of effective date for R277-726 with the Office of Administrative Rules and direct staff to prepare a draft board policy establishing an online education advisory or other working group to be assigned to a board committee for consideration in February. All those in favor, please vote. Or all those at this time, members, please vote. Board Member Lear, I think you'll be
no.
Okay, Board Member Hart, I'm not seeing your vote.
That's a no.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes. There's 8 votes, I believe. Member, please leave your votes up. Member Norton, Member Moss, Member Klein, Vice Chair Belknap, Member Straight, Member Hanson, Member Earl, Member Huntsman. The nay votes, Member Booth, Member Hart, Vice Chair Davis, Member Lear, Hymas, and am I reading that right? If I'm stating these wrong, let me know. Board Member Cannon, or with your hand being a hand, is that a nay?
I think Board Member Hymas is a yes.
Okay, that's a yes, sorry.
Board Member Cannon is a yes.
Oh, thank you. So that's 10? What is your count there?
That's the count I have.
Yeah, I have 10.
Okay. So do you have that inventory, Lorraine? So the motion passes. Okay. We'll clear the board here. Ben Rasmussen, does that conclude our work on the hearing report and actionable items from the hearing?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your work there. So where are we at on our agenda? I'm trying to catch up. Are we to our executive session? Am I skipping anything, vice chairs?
No, I think that's where we are. Cindy?
Okay.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay, I think we are now to item 16, our executive session. And I think we might even be ahead of schedule. Is that what I'm seeing right? Is that what's got me confused?
Don't say that out loud.
I know. Okay, so board members, at this time, I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonable imminent litigation. This is a roll call vote. I'm seeking a motion.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second. Board
Okay.
Member Cannon.
Okay, roll call vote. Board member, Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes.
Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Cannon.
Yes.
Member Klein. Member Klein.
Sorry, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
Yes.
Member Earl.
Yes.
Member Hanson.
Yes.
Member Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Lear.
Yes. Yes.
Member Moss.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
And Member Huntsman's a yes. We are going to, we'll see our prompt and we'll be going into executive session. So I'll see you there in just a minute.
Jerry, are we ready to stream again? I love the closed captioning which asks if we're ready to stream again.
Yeah, you're ready. I'm sorry. I was just starting the stream.
Oh, seeking a motion to, I'm muted. Seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please vote. Looks like everything's working. Board Member Cannon. Do we have them all?
Yes.
It looks like everyone's arrived. Motion passes unanimously. We're out of executive session. We're action items out of there. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, is Ben here yet? I don't see him, so I'm going to go on to appointments first. Will that be okay, Chair?
Board Member Belknap?
Yeah.
He actually is not going to be back unless we need him. He assumed you were going to move forward without him, so I don't think you need to.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that. Okay, in case number 19-1678, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay, a second. Discussion to the motion. I'm not seeing any hands. The motion before the board is on UPAC case number 19-1678 to accept UPAC recommendation. All in favor, please vote. Or board members at this time, please vote. Board Member Lear, are you a voice
That's
today?
Yes. Oh, yes, that's a yay.
Okay.
I
Okay, thank you. And I'm not seeing Board Member Earl.
Board Member Earls came up for a minute.
Oh, okay. Did you see Molly's also?
I didn't see Molly's.
Member Hart?
Yep, there it is.
Okay. Voting's complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. In case number 19-1690, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is in case number 19-1690, 90 to accept the UPAC recommendation. Board members, please vote at this time. Board member Lear, you have voice?
Yes, I think my hand works now.
Yep, it does. Thank you. Voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. In case number 19-1721, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion to the motion. I'm not seeing any. So the motion before the board is on case number 19-1721 to accept the UPAC recommendation. Board members, please vote at this time. The voting is complete. The motion passes with 1 no vote. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, and Lorraine, I'm the no vote.
And the no vote?
Yes, thank you. And that was Member Belknap, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I move that we accept UPAC's consent calendar.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion to the motion. I don't see any hands raised. The motion before the board is accept UPAC's consent calendar. Board members, please vote at this time. The voting is complete and the motion carries unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair.
So go kind of slow because I have to write these in because I couldn't get.
Okay.
Okay.
I move that the board appoint the following to the Computer Science Advisory Committee. Aaron Casal, representing industry, and Jay Beckenbach, representing charter schools.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint the following to its Computer Science Advisory Committee. Aaron Casal, representing industry, and Jay Beckenbach, representing charter schools.
Joy Beckensall.
Oh, Joy. Thank
Beckenbach.
you.
Sorry,
Beckenbach.
Yeah.
I apologize, Joy. Joy Beckenbach, representing charter schools. Board member, I'm not seeing any discussion. Board members, let's vote at this time. Okay, the motion passes with 1 no vote, which is Member Klein.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the board appoint Don McNeil to its Digital Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee.
Second.
Isn't that also representing charter schools?
It is a charter membership.
Okay, all right. We have a motion and a second. The motion before the board is the board appoint Don McGill to its Digital Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee representing charter schools. I'm not seeing any discussion to the motion. So board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Chair, we're on to audit.
Yes.
Chair, I have a motion.
Okay. Board Member Hanson.
I move that the board appoint an audit committee with Laura Belknap as chair, Cindy Davis, Janet Cannon, Molly Hart, and Brent Strait as members.
Second.
Can I ask, we have a motion and a second. Was you wanting to, as part of your motion, to have a vice chair?
Sure. With Cindy Davis as vice chair.
Okay, is the second still good?
It is.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board form its audit committee with the chair being Board Member Belknap, Vice Chair Member Davis, with Member Cannon, Member Hart, and Member Strait on the committee. Any discussion to that motion? I'm seeing none. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. I don't believe there's any other items out of executive committee or out of executive session, I mean. Okay, next is going to the board's chair report. I usually have a whole lot to share, but the day has been long. I just want to thank, first of all, I want to thank the board members for their willingness to accept their committee assignments. We have quite a few changes. We've got a big day tomorrow with our committees. Thank you for your willingness to serve and accept these responsibilities. A lot of heavy lifting gets done in the committees, and looking forward to the outcomes of tomorrow's meetings. Also want to recognize again staff for the preparation for this meeting and also tomorrow's meeting and the good work they're moving forward. I especially just want to thank you for your willingness to serve. We have a new board. We have a lot of work ahead of us over the next couple months. We're going to have a lot of meetings. Again, we have our legislative meetings. Looks like we're going to have a couple other special meetings, some work session meetings, and we're going to do our very best to inform you and get all of this on your calendars. We also recognize that you're very busy, and we understand if you can't make a meeting, it would be good to know and a little bit in advance. So we're not trying to chase you down during one of our board meetings. There's a lot on the table that's happening really fast in the public education world. And I just want to commit to you that your vote matters, that it's real important for all of us to make a very, very well-informed decision. And I welcome feedback and input. We have great staff. The communications, you're going to get a lot of communications from Jeff and Lorraine and the superintendency here. And if you have any questions or concerns at all on process or where you're supposed to be or what you're supposed to do, you can reach out to leadership and or Lorraine as this is playing out. We want to support you in the best way that we can, and especially over these first few months, because there is a lot that we're going to be dealing with. And again, we're dealing with a lot of firsts. So thank you and staff. I know that I'm taking too much of the time. I know that the education community is making a lot of great things happen. But I don't want to take all your evening to recognize that. There's still time for board member comments, and I did cut you guys short a little bit because of the agenda and that we have new board members swearing in that were sworn in. Hopefully you don't get sworn at through this process, but again, value your input and the next item on here are your board member comments. And so I don't want to take too much of your time, so we're going to move to the next item, board member comments. We have several hands raised. Board member Hanson.
I wanted to thank all the board, new board members and the past board members as well for our work today, but also wanted to recognize that this is really a sad day for our country and for democracy, and our country, our government, our people certainly need our prayers. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I wish I knew more of what you're talking about, but I had these little alerts on my phone, and I have not had a chance to find out what's going on, but I know I sense it's pretty tough and ugly out there right now, or in places. So, board member Cannon.
Thank you. Had to find unmute. I would just like to take a moment to share kind of a personal story and my gratitude to education in the state of Utah. My little granddaughter, who's 5 years old, has moved up here from Florida. Today was her first day of kindergarten. And her mother took her over and she was crying. And the principal of Cottonwood Elementary, who she had met before, came and took her hand and took her down to her class and stayed with her in her class until she felt comfortable. This woman's name is Kayla McKay. And when my little granddaughter came out of kindergarten today, she told her mom it was so much fun and she thinks they found the perfect class for her. So hats off to Kayla McKay, in particular, Cottonwood Elementary, and Utah Public Education. I'm so grateful to all of you.
Thank you, board member Cannon. As a grandparent, I appreciate the education community also. Board member Davis.
I want to echo the sentiments. Thanks to our new board members. I'm really looking forward. I think this is a good working group, and I think it's going to be a great year. But I also wanted to just check and make sure that all of you are planning or at least aware of the opportunity to attend the USBA conference. The reason that we have our January meeting on Wednesday and Thursday instead of Thursday and Friday is because of the USBA conference in January. And typically we're all kind of registered as one group and it's held in person. And it's strange this year, it's all done virtually. And I didn't even get the link. So I did the rest of you nod if you got a link? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I ended up with one, I believe, and it's on for Friday. So
Thursday night, tomorrow night, it starts at 6 o'clock and then it goes tomorrow night and Friday. So if you did not get a link, board member Belknap forwarded one to me from her work email address. And if you contact me, I'll forward one on to you, and you don't have to register or anything. It looks like you just need to click
let's get that to Lorraine, please. And then let's just get it sent out, okay?
I'm just forwarding it to you all right now.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Board member Hymas.
Just quickly, I just want to say thank you. This has been quite a day. As somebody who is not used to such a long meeting, it has been very helpful to hear from our veteran board members and to learn from you. And I just, today has just I don't know, got me excited again to continue to work and get to work on the board. So I really appreciate what's been done today.
Okay. Thank you, board member Hyman. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Well, Cindy, yours is still up, but I think you were done, unless you have more comment. Cindy can talk if you give her the mic. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, board members. Tomorrow, I appreciate your preparation and in advance. I want to thank you for your work, and I hope you have a very enjoyable experience. We have some new chairs. Good luck, vice chairs. Prop them up, and we'll take care of business. So thank you, take care, and be safe. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.